I believe so, yeah. Yeah, right, always like to see
all the recording for the record, so I'm gonna send this to the board and, move it to the, agenda item, so go ahead, David, and start counting, and.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have, being late.
So, that's calling to order, a special Saturday board meeting of the Tuckahoe School District at, 9:06 on Saturday, January 17th, 2026. And, we'll do a quick roll call, yeah. About, just for the directors who are here.
Here.
Say your name and what district you're in.
R.F. Papiano, District 3.
Greg Sherlock, District 2.
Dave Larson, District 5.
Mitch Borhan, District 1.
Okay, and so today we're gonna we have 4 things on our agenda, and we're starting with OSA. Before I go there and we'll talk about the folks who have come to help us do this, I need an approval for the agenda. Approve it. It's been moved and seconded that we approve today's agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, no? Okay. So the first item on the agenda is superintendent evaluation training. Since we have 3 new board members as of last meeting, or as of December, I guess. One of the chief jobs of the board is to do the job rating evaluation for the superintendent every year. And we've had a process they've been using for many years to do that. And we decided with the last board to change the process and go to a new superintendent evaluation process, which I guess has come out of what WASA and WASA together have come up with this new method, and which we'll get some training on today, and then we'll apply it. We typically do, as our contract, the superintendent says we need to do this evaluation once a year. We typically do it in the summer sometime or early fall. And so this is to, the previous board, we had a start on this, filling in some of the details on this framework, but I want to just back up and kind of get everybody familiar with the framework first and what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then we'll come back to filling in some of the details. So we have with us today from the Washington State School Directors Association, the training director, I guess, Dr. Heather Pearl, and Amy Cast, who's a consultant for WASDA and is, or I guess was now on the North Shore School Board for many years, has stepped down this year. And so, but I guess still doing training for WASDA. Yeah, so.
Greatly.
Anyway,
And
they're here.
I'm also Dr. Constable, a superintendent here for record, on the record. Yes, I'm here.
And so, I don't know, let's see, do you have an estimate for how long your stuff is gonna go for?
You know, we're at about 2.5, 3 hours with a break in there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, turn it over to you guys, and, yeah, in the materials, we have the basic structure of it here. I think you'll be going through this stuff plus more and with the eye, and then you also notice for the board we have.
So, who was able to go to board boot camp at annual conference?
Oh, you were there. Oh,
Great. You know, it's helpful for us because we do revise it every year. If there's anything that you would have appreciated deeper information on, or perhaps more emphasis, you know, any feedback.
I needed to clone myself so I could go to more.
I know. Oh, conference, right? Conference is very.
No, it was a lot. It was really interesting. It was amazing. It made a lot more sense for my other positions. So I was.
Oh, that's interesting. Great.
Yeah, which other position?
Just union delegate and a bunch of stuff for local.
There you go.
Some of that governance knowledge translates. Yeah.
We're painters, so not too much.
She's
she's done it already, she can do it, she knows how to.
So just a note, about, you have the question of personal or, school email.
Yeah.
You should separate anything that has to do with school stuff should be your school email. And the reason for that is because, from time to time, lawyers come snooping around and want to sue school districts and they do discovery and they can go, into emails. And so if you keep all your school business in that email, separate your personal stuff, otherwise searching for your personal email and, that would say that.
I've seen that.
Don't
happen.
want, don't want people, attorneys meddling through our personal.
I've seen that happen with public records requests too.
Mm.
And if information, when the firewall hasn't been there with the personal email, the public records
She
request goes
paused.
into the person.
Right.
I
That's not
paused, she paused the,
Good. Switch that out.
she paused recording.
But Dr.
Um,
I just want to ask, where did you get your doctorate degree?
At Penn, in Marketing Feeling, yeah.
Okay, so you're from the East Coast originally?
I spent 20 years there.
Oh, that's a long
But I'm
time.
from Portland, Oregon originally.
Oh, okay. Very
Yeah,
good.
so grew up in Portland, Oregon until 18 and then went back east for college and came back 6 years ago. To Tacoma, beautiful Tacoma.
Am I am from the East Coast.
Oh,
So although I moved around quite a bit. My father's work had us move around
Okay,
about every
because right now.
5 to 7 years. I lived, by the time I moved here, I was in my 6th state. But most of that had been in my youth, so, which was an interesting perspective. When I decided to run for school board as a student, I had experienced different school districts
sure.
and school communities, and there was a definite difference from a student perspective. I could tell the difference. So, when I got to my community and had, we're like Tukwila, we're lucky to have a lot of, community pride and volunteership and around the schools, and my kids' experience was different than a couple of them, coming up, and so, it really informed, but yeah, I went to, I ended up on the East Coast in 2nd grade, and then Massachusetts, New York for high school and college, New Jersey for my first job, and
Wow.
I've lived in this state for 30+ years, so I feel very rooted here
Yeah.
because of my transitory. Yeah. Yeah.
So for those of you, the Northwest School District is up to the north end of King County. I
Mhm.
don't know, so include Bothell.
Yeah, so it's like Winneville, Bothell, Kenmore, we're 2/3 King County, 1/3 Snohomish.
Oh, that's right, you're one of those.
Yeah, we're one of those, which is kind of an interesting perspective. There's definitely, resource difference, obviously jurisdictional differences. Snohomish's approach to growth is very different from the counties, and so we have to kind of straddle that quite a bit, which is.
So it's a multi-city, it's just, so we're, entirely within one city, not only within one county, but within one city.
Yeah, so we have all of Woodinville, Kenmore, and Bothell, and then unincorporated areas within Snohomish and Kenmore.
Is there reasons, Cass, as to why they go into a different county? It seems like that would be very difficult for, building codes and just things of that nature.
It was a decision in the 50s. So there's actually.
That was simply because of population?
It was before the
It
population.
Yeah.
When we actually had many more school districts within our area.
Oh,
And it's interesting, because in our boardroom, we have the names of the board directors of the Cottage Lake School District, right? And the North Lake School District, right? And so in the 50s, I don't know the particular history, but it was consolidated into one, and it was very rural,
And then she's going.
incredibly rural. So there was one high school at the time, and now we have 4.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Whole region.
Well, 60 square miles of high school, and I'm not quite sure why they decided to straddle the 2 counties. It's kind of interesting, but I think it had to do maybe with the other districts, and there were probably smaller districts as well, that we were neighboring. There must have been a bit of a conversation, and the boundaries are like a jigsaw puzzle. It wasn't,
Yes.
it wasn't topographical. I think it was people's farms.
probably.
Yeah,
Really.
and that's how, because I am on the southeast border of the district. And I can walk to Lake Washington School District from my house, and and again, it's cut out.
Okay, we're gonna start.
Yeah, someone can talk.
We're not gonna have the camera onto the view, but just the screen share, so then I'll go ahead and move it, because we're just.
That'll work.
Listen,
Whatever,
whatever.
I'll make sure you guys get your time together, so. All right, we're gonna start resume recording. We're resuming recording, and go ahead and start your presentation, and apologies for the technical difficulties.
No worries.
Absolutely no worries, and you can go ahead and go to the next slide. You got to know us even more in the meantime, so we'll skip intros for us. Is it possible to go forward?
Yeah, I'm going to, yeah.
Finding the right window. Oh, there we go.
So today we're gonna do 3 different key goals. One is the superintendent evaluation role within roles and responsibilities. So, right now, I'm looking at the slide deck and we will talk about that packet soon. So you don't have that in front of you, yeah. So we're gonna be doing the, just look at, role responsibilities in a broad way. I know you all got exposed to that, which is great, but we'll think about superintendent evaluation within that. Then we'll lay the groundwork for effective superintendent evaluation. So this is kind of thinking about best approaches, ways to do this really important work, with school board and superintendent evaluation in mind. And then the third is building steps for the process for Tequila in particular. So then we'll get more and more specific, drawing on what Dr. Pedrosa has already kind of worked on throughout this year to help set you up. So that's our goal. Let's, we've gotten to know each other a little bit, but could you do the next slide for me, Dr. Pedrosa? Thanks. We're gonna start with 2 intros. The first one is, we're gonna just talk about, they're kind of in mixed order here. We want you to think about a goal you have for today. It's really nice to start a session together with what our goals are for the time together. And then the other question is to think about an educator that you had in your life that had a really positive impact.
Are we saying names of those educators or?
Yeah, you can say the name or not. Some people, we go to small districts and sometimes they fight over which teacher because they all have the same teachers growing up. Or it's the coach or, whatever you feel comfortable, but getting to kind of why they were positively impactful to help us ground in our work on all the goal being to provide, wonderful opportunities for students in our district. So I'm going to get you thinking first on those 2 questions, and about 2 to 3 minutes, I'll have us go around and share our answer, okay? Thanks so much. Okay. I'll take 30 more seconds here. Is it 400? 400? 400. Thank you.
Bye, Ellen.
Thank you. I'm gonna retreat. I'm really sorry about that.
Oh, so good.
No worries. We're gonna start with goals, and we're gonna start with Director Farhan to my right. Go for it. Or left, I mean.
So, my goal today is just to learn how to properly conduct a student superintendent evaluation since it's my first time.
Thank you. Director Larson.
Yeah, just to, so sort of switching to this new system to get everybody an understanding of what the new system is, and then, agreement on what the kind of criteria.
So particular goals, great.
Yeah, so.
Thanks, good stuff.
So certainly I agree with both of the prior board of directors or what they've said as well. I'm also looking forward to the board handbook and document review.
Nice.
I would say also learning about the evaluation process and how to effectively review and conduct that.
Thank you. And we'll start with you. And can I say Papian?
Papian, yep.
Papian, can you share your educator story and we'll go back around.
I think I would probably say my English teacher in my sophomore year, Mr. Kraft, he was a really well, I'm one of the favorite teachers. There's many that I really like, but I'm not sure how in depth you want me to go into detail, but I think one of the key things he taught me is just, writing an essay, being able to write. I think that's really important for many folks and providing that critical thinking of how to write. And I think not just that, but doing extracurricular activities with them, whether it was like, he was also the advisor for the chess club, which I was a part of and I enjoyed a lot. And he was also the wrestling coach for a little bit. So just, I think learning about the teacher besides the work that they do is
Nice.
important.
Thank you.
That was a really difficult question.
Yeah.
I've had so many wonderful teachers
Oh, that's great.
to try and narrow them down, but I think the one that's just coming to mind right now is a gentleman by the name of Bruce Cipher, taught over at Highline High School. He taught English, he taught Spanish, World War II veteran, very disciplined man, outgoing, showed a real interest in the students. His classes were never boring. He was vivacious, he was outgoing, but he exuded self-respect and respect to the students. Really appreciate it.
Nice. Thank you. Dr. Larson?
So I was my fifth grade teacher because it was the first male teacher I ever had. So it's a male role model. And then coincidentally, he happened to be named Mr. Larson. Maybe it had something to do with it. Totally unrelated to me, but anyway, that's the person I always bring up.
Mine was
Great.
our baseball coach, Eric Hall, or when he was he's a really good math teacher. He was on top of my stuff. I was kind of a troubled kid, so he kind of saw and was like, "Hey, get it together." So that was his influence, especially being with them so much for baseball training and everything else. It really pushed me in the right direction. But there are countless teachers in this district that did that for me. But he was the one I spent the most time with.
Wonderful. Thanks. And Dr. Pedrosa, I want to hear both answers from you.
Actually, I have a shout out to her. She's been the person for me my whole life. What's the resume Mrs. Taylor, she was a first year teacher. And for some reason, she just pulled me aside one day and said, you should go to college. And she just did everything she could from, and I grew up in a family, so both my parents didn't graduate high school and they didn't know how to afford it. So when they said, you can't do that, Mrs. Taylor set up meetings with counselors and she came and she was one of those people that did everything to make sure that I reached my potential. And so what I'm saying is her mentorship didn't stop in ninth grade. It continued, even though I wasn't in her class anymore, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, and she's now on my Facebook page now. We still are connected. So, yeah, everyone calls it a shout out. Because I'm so proud of you. And I'm like, well, I'm proud of you for your retirement. Stuff like that. So it's fun.
That's
Yeah,
wonderful.
but she was amazing. Yeah.
That's great. And then, do you want to share your goals for today?
Yeah, my goal is, just succinctly, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now, oh my gosh, when I came here, we built a foundation for a strategic plan, some work, and now we're in year 3. And I've talked to Director Larson about this. I'm one of those people, I like using data to make decisions, right? I believe we should use our data to kind of go pivot, and shift things. I think I've demonstrated that over the years with our school improvement mid-year check-ins and things. So same with me in my evaluation, right? So where am I targeting? So I want to make sure the evaluation aligns to our targeted goals. And so, because I've learned some things over the last 2 years, I've made some shifts. I'm targeting focus based on the data, where we are operationally or academically. So my goal is that the evaluation matches that process where we are right now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. When the goals align, that's incredible, right? A lot of work can happen there. Do you want to share?
I would love to, yeah, so, because we were talking about my story as a student a little bit. I had in 8th grade, a math instructor, my math teacher, Mr. Sullivan. Because again, with being a transitory student, and a young lady in middle school, I did not have much confidence around math. And he was just that, kind of what you all have described, like the perfect balance of being an instructional, instructional role model for me, as well as seeing me and supporting me. Like, for example, I would come in beginning of the year, I was sitting in the back, and oh no, slowly but surely, like he moved me to the front of the room and involved me. And by the time I was done at the end of the year, I was much more confident in so many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was one of the big pivots for my childhood.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amy. And mine is similar to all, but my 5th grade teacher, she took a special interest in me as someone who needed help, and I just helped move her into her retirement community. She's 85 now, and we've stayed in close contact throughout her life. It was just she took care of me. You're right, like she saw in me someone that she needed to care for a little extra. So I just want to honor that. Teachers are so meaningful, and some of the work of the board is to create the conditions that enable that kind of great teaching, connection, modeling. Hey, right? Like pull a kid, come on now, coaching, whatever it is. And so the work of the board does really play a role in ensuring that the conditions are such, and the superintendent evaluation process is central there. So go ahead, next slide. Okay.
It's working right today.
The gremlins are strong today.
They are strong today, but we're all in good spirits, so. There it is, and I think you can just do the next one while you have it. Excellent. So this, I think, is this the right one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it's a different version.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm just hoping it's the right,
The right version in general.
yeah.
Take a peek, but go ahead.
Okay, so we already know this, right? The governance team is made up of you 6, including Director Proctor, who's not here. You're most effective when you're working together, right? And so you'll see that surface throughout the superintendent evaluation process is kind of alignment, getting on the same page of criteria, of what our goals are, what the timeline is, so that there's no surprises, no mistakes, so that we all know what we're doing. So that's really, really key. Another bullet is here, which is that by law, individual school directors have no legal authority, right? You only have authority by the forum, which means that the evaluation has to come from your governance body, right? Not individuals, which we add that here because it's really important. This is a chance to really deliberate, right? To come to consensus. And so the superintendent evaluation, you have to do it all the time, but the evaluation process can be a time where you practice that, right? Where you kind of get that gear going and build confidence as a board to continue to do that in other areas too. So I think we'll do the next slide. All right, why don't you just keep going through and then we'll have the whole one. There it is, and that's perfect. So you're familiar with this if you did board boot camp. We know that the roles and responsibilities align with one another. We'll start at the school board level, which is the governance level, right? You're driving the what, right? Figuring out what the goals are. You already have the strategic plan that's strong that you're working with, so that's been there, but you get to embody kind of that where our goals are and where we're headed. And that's going to drive that tactical level of the superintendent's work, right? And then it's the superintendent's job to then do all that supporting of all the work that happens literally at the classroom level and the school level, which is what we talked about starting, right? Like what really impacts kids. That's all that operations, right? So the support and structure and growth we provide the superintendent through the eval and other ways really helps drive really positive work at the school level and at the teaching level through this kind of process. The evaluation is the way, in a consistent way, to check in on that. So can you do the next one for me? And so ultimately, it's the evaluation that keeps the gears moving slowly, right? We might imagine it as oil, where it's keeping communication clear, keeping expectations really clear, and offering the chance for the board to have a clear moment of monitoring how things are going. And the alignment between the plan and the evaluation really supports the ultimate achievement of the goals of the district. I think we'll move on so that we can keep going. Does that sound good?
That sounds, yeah, although quick check-in, so does that, again, that builds on the board boot camp.
Yeah.
But any questions on the gears? Okay, so we're gonna keep building on this. So if you can, go ahead and click through 4 times, okay, so they're perfect, thank you, Dr. Pedrosa. So, again, trying to explain how the superintendent evaluation does create the conditions for great student experiences and learning in the classroom. There's been a lot of research on it locally. And one of the resources we brought for you is the Washington State School Board Standards. And there's multiple places within there, and you'll be able to take it home. It's a thicker document that will pass out to you, and you got a copy at Board Boot Camp. But there's multiple places and results where research in terms of not just the framework of superintendent evaluation, but how it's done can really yield more than just a piece of paper and a report at the end of the evaluation process. First of all, it can really strengthen communication. Because what's really lovely when these gears get clicking, the oil is in there, and really get it going, is the conversation moves away from just a technical superintendent evaluation to really focus on aspirations for students. Where do we want to go together? Where do we need to devote more energy or resources, or maybe prioritize more? But the collaborative conversation really strengthens communication and models for the rest of the organization. If you think about, okay, how would I want a principal and a teacher having these kind of conversations, right? In a way that really supports long-term growth of the schools to support students better and better all the time. That's communication not only strengthens directly amongst you all here, but it models for the rest of the organization.
So I wanted to just be on the roles and responsibility thing. So one of the things that's pretty common is, board directors will get input from staff or community and say, I don't like this operational issue, I don't like this operational issue, or whatever's going on. And so is the board to understand that is to be passed on to the people that do the actual work? I don't know how many, there's a lot of school board directors that, I send messages to, and they have some, kind of automated response, and it almost always says, if you have an operational issue, please go talk to, the superintendent or the principal or something like that. So people, in the community don't understand this roles and responsibility split, and they just think if they have an issue, something, just go to the school board. So that's an important, and it's in our contract with the superintendent, is if concerns come up, we give them to the superintendent, and you can do that. And for us, you can do it in the one-on-ones, you can just send her emails, you can, if it's a general concern, maybe you bring it up in our director's report session. Obviously you don't want to do that if it's a personnel issue, go directly. But anyway, that role and responsibility is not at all clear to the community. And so we constantly have to be educating them about that. The other thing, just on the evaluation process too, is what we're striving for is, what we don't want to have happen is, to save up some concern or other until the end of the period and then throw it on at the end of the period. So, the whole process needs to be an ongoing conversation and communication. You can do it during the one-on-ones, you can do it whenever, but don't just sit on something that you're concerned about. And, hopefully most of the stuff gets into the criteria, but there will always be other things that come up, and it's important to not be sitting on them and waiting for the end of evaluation period or something, just, bring it up so that there's constant communication. I know Dr. Rose is really good about the communication side of it. So when you're talking about communication, it's just an ongoing thing that's going on all year long.
We have built, the structure and the calendar of the tool to specifically support that objective, Director Larson. So thank you for pointing that out,
Yeah.
because to give you all support, because there's so many responsibilities that you have, is we don't, we want to make it really scaffolded for you to support that best practice. Because, and to go through these other outcomes that can happen with a healthy and scaffolded evaluation process is that the idea about, there's a phrase that I heard early on in my school board service, it's helpful to shine a light and not pound a hammer, right? So basically you want to shine a light and because it's sometimes in evaluation, it's human nature. There's actually brain science behind the fact that human brains focus on negative because survival wise, it kind of makes sense. If there's a saber-toothed tiger somewhere, you want to learn to avoid that place like really well. So it's wired in our brains, but you want to shine a light on the good practices as well, because otherwise they may not continue. Right? So shining a light is really important and not just dwelling on the negative. Also being clear, part of what you were referencing, Director Larson, and making sure you all of a sudden there isn't something that pops up at the end of the cycle when you're about ready to conclude it, is that if you have a very structured evaluation process throughout the year, you can be really clear and those surprises don't pop up because that doesn't help anyone. And then also support, you have an employee, Dr. Pedroza deserves the same support every employee within the school district gets. There might be areas that she would like to deepen her practice in. And as the collective board, you are her, she reports to you all. And so again, for the health of the organization, if there are professional development opportunities she wants to take advantage of, we want to have a way where that conversation can happen and you all can support her continued growth like anyone else in the district.
And by that, I recommend, we don't have it here, but obviously we have a contract with the superintendent. It's available on the district website under HR. I would recommend reading it because it touches on a lot of these issues that we're contractually bound to do. Not only, we want to do them because of best practice, but also because they're legally required.
For sure. And actually, can you do one more clip for us, Dr. Pedroza? There is, and I make it really small on the slide. There is a little RCW citation that's going to pop up under the 4 quadrants of a circle for one last animation view. So boards are legally required to do a superintendent evaluation every year, actually.
Yeah, it's in our contract.
Right, and in the contract also. And so what, and we just like to say this because as a support organization for school boards, in the extreme example, sometimes boards and for whatever reason neglect to do a superintendent evaluation over a couple of years. And then if there's perhaps some corrective action that needs to happen with the superintendent because of the interaction with the contract, it can put the board in a bind. So not only is there a legal requirement and a contractual requirement, the ramifications we have seen in some school districts, unfortunately, of going without superintendent evaluations. It's it can be a burden on the board and take quite a bit of time to correct. So that's just, we want to put that out there. But we're going to go back here and talk about, okay, so now that we know, why it's important to do it, we're going to talk about the complexity of the role and how that informs the evaluation itself. So this is a definition, and I can read it out loud if you all can't see it very well, but this is a definition that came from the U.S. Department of Education in 2019 about the superintendent role. And I'll just read it. We expect superintendents to be all things to all people. They're to be effective managers, ensuring that a school district's financial, accounting, transportation, food services, and technology departments operate capably and smoothly. They have to be savvy politicians, communicating effectively with local taxpayers and with policymakers at the state, local, and national levels to shape legislation so that it will be a benefit to a school district. And they also have to be instructional leaders who are conversant in a wide range of curricula and instructional strategies.
So can you think of examples of how Dr. Pedrosa's work fall within these three categories of being operationally, running the operations of a district, being that political aspect of advocacy and having ties with the local community, as well as instructional leadership to impact the curriculum instruction in the classroom? Help us understand within the Tukwila context where some of her work might fall in these three areas.
I think for like instructional leader, definitely, making sure that a chief of Scott or our curriculum that we have, and if there are any changes happening from the state, those are implemented and changes happen and operational wise, the superintendent is able to deliver those policy changes or any sort of law, I guess, passed in the state. So
Yeah, those are wonderful examples. Thank you. Anything else that pops up
Yeah,
into?
well, so one of the reasons we hired her, so we're, like 50% NLL students. And so she's been a state expert in that for many years. And so it's a really good fit. And that's, what I say about our district, we're only doing as well as our MLL students are doing. And there we've looked at our data and there's definitely some gaps in terms of how that's working out. So that's one of her major areas of concentration is to turn around that. I mean, all this makes it sound like it's one person, but obviously it's a team and it's a matter of, the best thing is, hiring good people to do the various work. And that's another thing that, I guess that fits into the category of managers. I mean, one of the things I've learned over the years is that you want a superintendent that knows a lot of people because when you run into a situation, that you need support for, the fact that she knows a zillion people around the state means that, and how highly respected, that people will come work here. I mean, we saw that, really quickly when we went into binding conditions because of the management of the funding system or the financial, and she knew somebody in Seattle who was outstanding and brought her in, and now we're out of, within a record time, we're out of binding conditions. So, I guess that would come into the category of managers. I mean, we've had superintendents in the past that really didn't know. I mean, if you bring somebody from out of state, they have no idea who the people are in the area, and that's a severe, handicap to that. And then politicians, so that was kind of a new, not having been a superintendent before. That's an area I spend a lot of time working with, particularly state, things. But she's diving right in. She's now already the president. What's the WASA? One of the WASA.
I'm the president of our WASA.
There you go, right?
Our local superintendent.
So she's diving right into that whole area that she hasn't, typically had a whole lot of experience in the past jobs, but she's in there right now.
Yeah, jumping in. I know, we were laughing because we were at WASDA, they said, how many committees are you on? And Dave and I were putting up both our. All of them.
But, and if you think, I mean, this is, weaving this all together even, it's one thing to think about the three categories, but they do interact with each other quite a bit. This is complex work to evaluate. So that's why we try to summarize it, because it's not our imagination as school board members. This is complex to evaluate in a way, again, a very forward-looking way that models healthy relationships for the district and also for the community. That's why, again, investing time to plan it like you all are doing today, thank you, is really worth the time. Really
and the ability to assemble a team, that's the other thing I've learned over the years, is that because we've had, the HR director, the chief financial officer, the teaching and learning director, we've had issues with them not being able to work together before. Now we've got a team that's working really together, and that makes all the difference.
It does. Can you advance the slide? Yeah, so thank you. And so now let's think about how it fits within the context of the work of the governance team of leadership. So this is what we call a leadership cycle. And again, hopefully you can see it very well, but the idea that in a lot of work, policy development, budget development, in community engagement and outreach work, there's a cycle that happens where vision and goals are set, and then understanding the student or community context is really important to bring that in. Then taking that together to make a plan, then monitoring the work, and then reflecting to see if the cycle, if there's anything that needs to be improved. And you can think like with your MLL work, right? The idea, you can kind of see that at play very easily to plug in there. So the evaluation sometimes has been viewed as a separate silo from this work of the district. And it really does a disservice to you all and to the superintendent and to everyone, because you want the idea about, again, focusing on those student experiences and that student learning. If you have a siloed evaluation process separate from this work, it will not support the outcomes you're seeking. It might actually be a drag, right? So having the evaluation centered on student needs, which we are undertaking, it will actually be a catalyst to this. And
Yeah, I think it's really important to tie the strategic plan, because the previous evaluation system was only loosely tied to the strategic plan.
Right.
So having one of the categories be what are the goals for the strategic plan part of the evaluation process ties those right in, which is necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is focusing on how the evaluation is conducted as part of the work of the district. And if we could click through one more time, Dr. Joseph. Now we're going to talk about how the evaluation fosters that of growth culture. Right, like what Heather was talking about in terms of creating that culture down to the classroom level that supports student growth. And so you want a process that is focused on and yeah, Grant's big fan. So I put in a quote from him about growth not being about the genius you possess, but the character you develop. Having a process, and you can do that creates that those conditions that again will model for the organization and create the culture for the organization. So you want an evaluation that fosters a culture that supports the growth of the superintendent. Because again, superintendent reports to the board, right? You want that outcome. You want to create a climate that goes from the boardroom to the classroom that is about long-term student growth, realistic long-term student growth, right? Like every school district has constraints, and 2026 brings a whole new set of variables sometimes to this work. But by creating a climate and culture that can have honest, forward-thinking conversations, you will see that permeate down to the classroom. Also creating alignment between the board and superintendent that leaves possibility for emerging ideas when faced with constraints. It can really help to keep the district strong, and ultimately the relationship of the board superintendent leadership team is one of the highest leverage factors for long-term success in a school district. And so it comes to both how you do your superintendent evaluation process and the what. So, I mean, is there anything here that you want to talk about? This is both a combination, we're going to talk about this throughout our time together today, of the technical work of doing an evaluation, as well as the leadership practices of doing it in a way that carries the district and therefore your students and community along with you. So, we can pause for a sec and talk about this. Is there anything you have a curiosity about within these elements? Is there anything you'd like to discuss together? What do you think? And I
Can I share
Dr. too. Yeah.
Just one of the things so I've evaluated lots and lots of people, from teachers, teachers, principals, directors, assistant superintendents for the last 30 years. One of the things that I keep thinking about is, and especially here, is that I think an alignment. As a district, we have to talk about the efficiency, but we also have to talk about growth, right? Because we have so many kids in trauma, so many kids who come here learning English and they get evaluated, they're level 1, right? So they come in at level 1 in English learning, but it doesn't mean they're level 1 in math, right? Or whatever. So we have a lot of things to do to build growth in the system. And I just wanted to say that my vision is that we also be a continuous improvement district from the top to So, you know, we want that for our students, we want that for our teachers, and we want that for ourselves, and we want that for the board, right?
And our
So-
student.
And our superintendent and our board, even, so that we're all growing and learning together.
Absolutely.
And so that's sort of my belief around, cause I worked with 3 different districts over my life, 4 actually, count my internships. And I think that continuous growth model in terms of how we do our school improvement plan, so when we make a plan, that's why we do a mid-year check-in, because we have to pivot with things, right? Like if we are finding conditions, or we find out we don't have money to pay for this program, or there's things that happen, and we have to be honest about those things. And I think I just wanna commit to you all that that's my goal and vision, is that I'm a continuous improvement superintendent, like they said. I was one of those people in Seattle, I opted out for a long time on the legislative stuff because I had so many other people doing it. But here, because of where we are and our students and the need to advocate, I'm now heading in first, and it's a learning for me, right? I'm still learning, but I'm willing to engage, and I feel like I'm better than I was 2 years ago, and so that's just sort of my message around that I believe we should be a continuous improvement district, but that means all levels of the system. So, and it's something, I think putting that mantra around growth has made it easier for my teachers to go, maybe I can't have a student come. Wait, in fact, I just sat with the middle school principal 2 years ago, and we were looking at the student data, and he was struggling because some of his kids were telling us, I said, but you actually grew this child from a 3rd grade reader to a 5th grade reader in 1 year. That is a celebration. That's 2 years of growth.
Yeah.
So celebrate that. Yes, are they at 8th grade now? No, but 2 years? Who does that? So let's celebrate those milestones, because that is actually that positivity about growth is what's going to motivate students and staff and ourselves. So that's just my value around this.
Shining a light on positive.
Yeah, but also being honest about those areas of growth for
Yes.
improvement, right? And being honest about that too.
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, we changed, I mean, so many districts have proficiency goals, and we changed to growth goals. One of the, aside from some of these other reasons also, is because if you're looking at growth, you can pivot much more quickly. So, I mean, we have students that are 3 or 4 grade levels behind, and so for them to get up to grade level, it's going to take several years.
Right.
And so if you wait several years to decide whether your program is working or not, that's going to be too late. But as growth, you can actually measure every single year, and you can see, are they growing? We have tools now that talk about, are you growing at a rate that's going to get you there? And that's really what matters, because then if you're off on that, and that tells you something needs to be adjusted immediately in the system. So growth is just a much better measure of, how we're doing, and you can react much more quickly to it.
And I just want to point out, so I have actually a business degree. I don't have, I come to education from a point of wanting to serve, and then have gone deep. But, when I was taking my human resource management classes, that was a much more technical thumbs up, thumbs down. You're doing it like a proficiency look at how to evaluate employees. When you're leading an organization whose mission is around the stewardship of the growth of little people, that the thumbs up, thumbs down approach doesn't work. It doesn't actually move the needle for kids, right? And so again, another reason this is such a complex process is because the mission of the organization is around little people. And it's much more, much different than evaluating an employee about whether or not they built enough widgets on time. So just want to point that out, because again, that provides context on how we're going to do this.
Yeah, it's much more motivational to the students. We heard that from our middle school principal at the last meeting, is that, students are 4 or 5 grade levels behind, and all you do is tell them, well, you're still behind. That's self-esteem goes right down. But if you tell them you did really great, you moved this far, then they're excited and ready to engage and go to the next level. So
Otherwise, if you're just proficiency, you always get a thumbs down if you're a young person, and how hurtful is that?
what does that do? The self-esteem, nothing good.
It does. It's a drag on motivation like nothing else,
It's
right?
not gonna support them.
So, and then here's just again, some unique aspects of doing evaluation as a school board. Again, it's part of our, the education we like to bring to school boards is that there are, the growth is really important. And first of all, there are legal, ethical, and professional requirements around evaluating, mostly based in law. That is just helpful. And we can, if you want to, we're kind of going to glance over this really quickly, but there are resources we can pull in. And Lynn, we'll just give you an example that is a real example, is that there have been times when a superintendent, part of their evaluation was details about their physical appearance, which is ethically
No.
not a practice you want to do, professionally not a practice you want to do, legally got the board in a lot of hot water. So, if there's any resources you need in just learning how to do an evaluation, that again is focused on the work and not on the individual person, we're happy to help you with that. Secondly, just within the realm of education, again, moving away from other sectors, within the realm of education, you want to think about having similar criteria year after year. And it sounds like you all have that. But again, we have supported boards who will move the goals year after year. And because within education, you need it sometimes at least 5 years to really make progress for students, they were spinning their wheels and couldn't understand why. So we just like to point out, it's helpful to have similar, and that's why you have a strategic plan. You have similar criteria year over year. Also, you want to acknowledge pressures leadership operates under. That's the contextual information. Getting into binding conditions is a perfect example. That shifts everything mid-year, and that's context. Again, it's lovely to have an evaluation with specific goals, but if there's context that has happened during the year, you want to take that into consideration.
Or a blood or a.
Thing, right?
You're looking and.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's and that should be a yes and, right? So you don't, you would still want to keep the work moving, but also it's not fair to the superintendent and the superintendent's team to not take that context. And again, you'll just start spinning your wheels. Also, the board has authority as a board, not as individuals. Our tool is designed to get you to one evaluation, not 5. And not only is that because the board only has authority as a unit, but also it helps the superintendent. Because imagine having 5 bosses and getting 5 different evaluations. Which way do you go? Right? So again, with that growth mindset and what's effective in terms of supporting the organization. And again, we've designed the tool to get you there. You want one evaluation. And then again, that context, that can be the leadership pressures are one thing, sometimes a little bit more cultural. And then we just reiterated taking the context into consideration, more from a operational logistical. But, yeah, do you mind clicking this through, Dr. Joseph? So now we're going to start pulling this together for you. Okay, so this is how the tool works. So basically, we are going to help you pull together and get some coherence over aspects you already have, so that you can get, I lean heavily on the gears metaphor, I apologize. You can get the gears really going well. So what this does is we're going to go through it step by step, but just to give you the high level picture, students are going to be in the center thanks to your strategic plan, and we're going to plug into that your strategic plan goals. And if there's any specific annual goals, which Dr. Pedrosa did document in October, so we're going to talk about that. If you as a board have some annual goals, maybe there's specific work within the board, for the North Shore community, we have a bond and levy in February. Do you all have the levy renewal? Not this time, but that's like a very specific board goal, but it definitely impacts my superintendent has done over 100 community engagement sessions because we have a bond and levy to renew, right? So obviously that's very important to consider. And then also there are superintendent responsibilities around the operations, the instructional leadership, the work that supports the strategic goals still do need to be discussed and evaluated. Financial health of the district is a perfect example why. And then the arrows around all this is how is the culture and climate, right? That creates a continuous improvement district, just like Dr. Pedrosa was saying. So basically, we're gonna talk about all these aspects, but we'd like to give you kind of the map, so you know where we're going. And we're gonna start with the culture and climate with the arrows around first, but I promise we're gonna go into these deeper, but any questions on the map overview look before we move on? Okay, we're gonna move on then. You can click us through, Dr. Pedroza.
Go on to the next slide.
Yeah.
Does that make sense for now? Okay, so before we go in depth, that's where we're gonna get into the tool itself. We wanna just take stock of where things have been already for Tukwila, for the board, the superintendent evaluation, and how we wanna proceed for this cycle, so that all of your input is a part of it.
Looking at you, Dave.
So, well, we'll hear from everybody for
Yeah,
goals,
yeah.
right? Because you all know our goals too.
Yeah.
But then our Director Larson can also fill us in on how it's gone in the past. So we're gonna start actually individually. So, thinking first, how would you describe the last evaluation? Just so that we know the history, and you can think about that from both, we've probably heard from both of you, and you were community members. So you might have heard how it went from the outside, which is also valuable info. The second question is, how would you like to proceed for this cycle? What are some of our intentions? What are some of our goals? What are some of our hopes for it? And then the next, is there anything you'd like to avoid during this? So this can just kind of surface, get us on the same page around alignment for not goals for the evaluation as it shows up there, or not for the superintendent evaluation, but the process of the superintendent evaluation, our goals here. So we'll take a minute to just think first, and then we'll hear from whoever has a contribution.
So, the last superintendent evaluation, okay, that was using the old system.
Yeah. Is it okay if we stop for 1 second and just take a minute to think for the other two questions, and then we'd love to start with you, Dr. Larson. And I also wanted to check in, is Director Proctor on or no?
No.
Okay, just making sure. So just think for yourself, any ideas about how you'd like it to proceed and what you'd like to. You take 30 seconds to finish up. Great. Is that your shoulder?
It's falling pain.
Oh, no. So Director Larson, you felt ready to do that, tackle that first one first? Go for it.
So my issue with the old way of doing things was always that it was almost completely subjective. There's,
Yeah.
It's just rate from 1 to 5, and I am always wanted to be kind of, you could do it, but we didn't do a very good job of having more objective goals.
Yeah.
And actual, particularly tied to the strategic plan and so forth. And so there's just not, that was my big complaint with the old way of doing it for a long time. And we never really got over that hurdle. And so this structure looks, so that kind of feeds into number 2. How would you like to see for this is, just tying it more to some of the, we have a number of objective goals in the strategic plan. And so, actually we started, we did that. We have a big list of them all, and It's interesting, I forget, I guess bring all the numbers, there's like 27 of them. I mean, we're in the process of evaluation, probably want to focus down a little bit, but one of the things that's important is, like I said, I forget the numbers exactly, but, we achieved some of them we didn't achieve, but and some of them went backwards, and looking at that overall, the thing about objective goals is we don't want them to be too easy. I mean, if we had achieved them all, then I said we didn't stretch ourselves much.
Yeah.
So to me, in that number, I'm always looking for kind of a balance.
Yep.
Because if you, I go back to No Child Left Behind, the goal was, 100% of students will achieve it. I mean, you set goals like that, I understand people say, well, that's an aspirational goal, but people just tune out with that because they know that's not going to happen. I mean, get back to SMART goals, and the A is achievable.
Yep.
And so if you set goals that are just wildly unrealistic, then everybody just checks out of the whole process and it goes away. As opposed to if you set achievable goals, you don't always hit them, but you feel like you can strive and get there, then you're much more like, that's going to move the organization much more likely than setting kind of wildly unreasonable goals. So I'm always looking for that balance of, we achieved, we got some of them we moved, and some of them we didn't. So we can then think about, okay, and to go through the analysis, why didn't we get the ones we did? We didn't get the ones we didn't, and then whatever adjustments can be made. So anyway, that's, so the two things, one is having some actual objective goals, and then making sure it's tied to the strategic plan, which is where, we're trying to go. So,
Nice.
and then what's the last one? Is there anything you could
You'd like to avoid, but I think you've
avoid?
mentioned.
Yeah, pretty much cover that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Does anyone else want, have a contribution to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Director Larson was saying, and we use the term measured goals. Focus on that. Make sure that your goals are measured as you get there. It should not be subjective. At least you want to avoid that as much as you can.
Yeah.
The other thing I always like to see is, what does it take to get to green? Sometimes we're kind of at that yellow-green level. What does it take to be a solid green? What are those? What if you're measuring on an objective scale and you get a 4 out of 5? What was that one that that brought you back? What was that, and what would it have taken to get to that?
Okay, so I'm also hearing kind of using it to set new goals or ask questions.
Yeah, I think there's always
But yeah, it has to do with the how,
Yeah.
what's going on underneath that if we tweak it a little, could push it the next level.
So
sometimes
then
it's
we're really.
the lessons learned.
Yeah,
The
right.
lessons learned
Good.
off that one point that you didn't get.
Right, and I agree, and goals there helps you kind of use the evaluation for learning for next. That's great.
And that was my experience, just to share with the board, from previous 2 years. So there was about the 7 main goal areas, the criterion, and then there was sub-criterion, and then there was, a list of attributes under each of them.
You're talking about the standards.
Yeah, the
Yes,
standards,
so
so
very
standards.
intense.
So it's very intense, and that was the tool we were using. So, not having guidance around that or a focus, so I'm one of those people, maybe a little bit of an overachiever, but I took that whole tool and put evidence in every area, which is a lot. That was like 30 pieces or components. And tried to put like 3 to 5 pieces of evidence under each one. The good news is I started in November doing that process, so that by January, February, I had a mid-year evaluation piece. But one of the things we talk about all the time, because when we're doing our budget conversation around priorities, I'm a firm believer that if you have 100 priorities, then nothing's a priority.
Yeah.
And so, so doing that, of course, I put emphasis in different areas. But I think I want to go deeper, right? I want to make it truncated, and then I've been a big focus on that alignment. And so that's my hope, is that we can get to more coherence and alignment and deeper focus on really the priorities versus, spreading peanut butter and jelly and across the whole thing. I'm not saying that that's not work that's going to still happen. And I use the example of binding conditions, right? We're out of binding conditions. We still have work to do, but we're sort of in monitor steps, right? And sort of tweaking. We have a system piece already established. So that doesn't have to be the priority anymore. That priority can shift to MLOers, right?
Yeah.
So just thinking about how we can get synergy and coherence around our priorities, our
Yes.
joint priorities.
Nice.
Dr. Joseph, just to check my thinking, I documented that as having focused, aligned, and deep goals. Did I capture that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And I'll just say, she mentioned the word mid-year, so we typically did do a mid-year evaluation and it was much less formal, more a conversation, but you know, where we are today, obviously, you know, we got all new board. This would typically be a time for a mid-year and we're not really gonna do that one this year because we're reorienting the whole thing, but at some point or other, I know it's referenced in some of these things, we could, once we have this kind of things in place, then we can go back and do a kind of a mid-year.
Yeah, we are gonna go over that. We have an idea.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
No, well, just to say what I was writing down.
Yeah.
I just said that keep in mind that we have to evaluate that growth mindset. We have to evaluate with more of a positive lens, not just the negative lens, because again, just coming in and hearing about binding conditions and some of these other things that we've been dealing with is not necessarily something I'm fully aware of. So getting into number 3, I want to avoid the past mistakes of previous boards by really digging in and contributing to what these factors are, if they were positive, if they were negative, and how that ties into these strategic goals and deep diving into these and understanding them.
Mhm. Nice.
Maybe I'll comment that I think it's important to have alignment with everyone before we make a decision. I think part of the evaluation, even for like superintendent, right? We're talking about that, which is like we provide, like I didn't necessarily think of it, but you know, having multiple direct reports is like a nightmare.
Yes.
And so, yeah, whether it's feedback, it's kind of like having a partnership too, right? Where you know, I'll be even curious to learn if there is like a upward feedback from the superintendent to the board, for instance, if that's something that's also boards have. So yeah, I think just alignment would probably be the key word there.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would say we do recommend that at the beginning of the superintendent process, right? And it sounds like maybe the fall or summer is when a lot talk about that with the criteria. They check in, how did last year's go, right? Do we want to make any modifications for the process? And embedding that in your normal cycle can really support some of the goals you mentioned. So it does feel like a partnership.
yeah, so we did have a report that came back with all the whatever it was 27, I forget how many there were, 20, and what happened last year, and whether we made it or not, and so that we determined that. The other thing, just so everybody knows, so when we actually do a specific evaluation, that happens in an executive session where we have, you know, feedback with the, we set the goals, everything in public meetings like this, but when we actually have the details of the evaluation, it's in an executive session, so.
We'll go over that too,
Yeah,
just
okay.
for clarity. Yeah, that's great. And I would say, Director Larson, it's really helpful for you to sprinkle in some of the onboarding info that your team might need. So feel free to keep doing that. I think it's a real benefit for the team. Yeah. I'm going to move us to the next slide. I think.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and so we've kind of gotten to this, but I want us to talk in pairs, and this is kind of board thinking, board work, which is making sure you know what your role is in the process, anything you'd like to change, what outcomes you hope to achieve, and what kind of experience you want the superintendent to have through this process. So I might focus on questions 2 and 3, since your awareness of your role is emerging through this. So let's kind of focus on 2 and 3. You know, what outcomes are you hoping to achieve, and what do you want the experience to be like for your superintendent? So why don't you just, write you 2 work and, you 2 work and just talk together about what you think about this, and then we'll bring it to the larger group.
What do you think, Rick?
I would say so 2 and 3, yeah.
So what else we hope to achieve? Kind of have the gym actually come together and make detailed reports with training and onboarding based on what we're hearing here. Just so it's a positive
Well, I
experience for
think the,
everyone who goes in.
like
for all
I
the
would see
as well.
how is, you wanna-
I guess we'll change
Of course, be
You
active.
mean essentially doing what we're doing here?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's
Just coming together and work.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the executive session process and everything, so
Yes.
Based on.
we're kind of onboarding for that.
Yeah, more.
and Trying to deal with the evaluation based upon these goals that we're new to, so kind of relying on you a little bit.
It's an easy.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we started, just get everybody familiar with the process and what's going on. Yeah.
Reassurance to the community,
Kind of
sure much safe.
Yeah.
That the district.
Yeah,
is
just-
showing that
just
it's
associate clear on,
Yeah.
what the goals
In other words,
are.
when people look to the school district, they develop confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Repeatable
And it's
process.
not,
It's just not.
it is not
It's not.
There's a trust.
Yeah, it's not that thing, it's
So,
you know, here's where, and somebody, others validating and information validating.
Yeah, results,
She's
great
already
confidence.
doing, you know, because she knows where things need to go in terms of.
Did you have-
And so,
Yeah.
yeah,
I think, you know, also being
We'll finish up in the next 30 seconds.
kind of,
Overachievers over here, nice.
All
work.
I can hear you, the director Larson.
being the glue to, I think, also the superintendent.
Do you know how to
Staff, being
I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Thank
a
you.
resource of.
no, I'm good, thanks.
I'm so glad I
folks
took the time
who
to.
don't know who to reach out first.
Oh my gosh, I do too.
You know, your,
Your.
Oh, no, I'm doing great.
Oh, no,
I looked it up before.
I'm enjoying them.
the board's objective.
I got
We
this
don't
for
need
my
answers.
husband for Christmas and I keep using it. I think I wanted it myself.
It is all.
Isn't it a good song? Let's bring it back to the group, and I just want to let you know, we're right on time to take a break in the next few minutes, so if you're needing that vitalize or otherwise, it's coming your way. So let's just field some responses from each group. What do we think? What outcomes are we hoping for, and what kind of experience do we want?
Well, we just kind of said that, we want to be able to come together since this is a new board, being able to come together and actually form a good positive experience for all of us where we're actually pushing the goals forward and not, like you guys said, it's essentially. Unless you had something else to add.
And so the experience is kind of, ideally, it will be kind of a validating experience. I mean, Dr. Bridges always has tons of ideas for work, and it's just, if we're, I mean, we may need some tweaks here and there, but if there's, you know, alignment, then it'll be kind of a validating experience that we're going in the right direction.
Nice, great. I love that you offered a metric too. If there's alignment, then hopefully it should be that. Nice.
And if we need to tweak some things, we'll tweak some things.
course.
But it's,
Yeah.
We're all living.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, too.
Ours were much the same.
Yeah.
I'll say the same thing, but I think really focusing on accuracy based on data. In other words, again, it goes back to this theme of this is not something that we're just pulling out of the air. It's got to be based on data. And, you know, in my industry, you say you live and die on data. So, you know, we've got to focus on that. And then also that the results generate community confidence.
Nice. Lovely sentiment.
Just to piggyback on the ideas, having the trust of the board, whether it's from the community members or also as far as like data, if we don't know where to get the answers from, we at least know who to reach out that might know.
Nice.
And the third one I would say, if we're gonna talk about that, is make it fun and, you know, highlight the important part of working here. And I think highlight the goods, not just the challenges, so that, you know, you enjoy coming to work, enjoy doing your job. I think that's something that we don't really think about all the time, but you gotta enjoy what you're doing. If you're not, then you're in the wrong place. So
Nice.
That is important, but also the community smiles is what I've been looking at.
Nice. That's great. And I heard you say trust with the district, kind of,
Yeah.
as you're thinking about trusting the data you're getting, and trusting, working with them, with the community. And I would just add to that, the opportunity to really build trust with this governance team is so powerful with the superintendent evaluation process. So having that as a goal can be really, really wonderful. You can also really hurt trust with the poor superintendent evaluation process, but you're on the right track here. We've just seen that happen a lot across the state. So wonderful contributions. Anything to add, Amy?
No, I really appreciate, the holistic view that you all have come to. Because absolutely, the idea of, focusing on this about coming together through the process, as well as how, the inward look and the external look both. I love that, as well as, making it fun, can I say?
Yeah.
That education can be such joyful work. And we all have been under so much pressure. Finding that joy is, not only makes it much more fun to come to work every day, but also it just keeps our fuel going, right? And so again, something of a culture to create, the board can create that culture of finding joy even amongst all the stress.
My biggest suggestion is, go visit a first grade class. That's like, or visit a ninth grade, arts programs. It's just, you just spend even an hour with the students and it just reminds you, right? It's just, when I'm having a bad day, I'm like, I walk into the principal's room, I want to see first grade, or I want to see third grade. So what we do, it's the best, it's the reminders of my working.
Yeah. That's
So
it.
just a little nuance, so we talk about executive session to do the evaluation, however, the product that comes out of that, which is the evaluation, is a public document. So the only reason they do executive session for the evaluation is so you can just be a little more open and honest about what's going on that you couldn't necessarily say in a public meeting. However, the product of that is in fact a public document as well, so.
Keeping that in mind,
Yeah.
keeping these goals in mind as
Yeah.
you write that eval.
Right.
Thanks. Great place to take a break. We'll take just a 5-minute break, 10:35, and then we'll return. Thank you everyone for your contributions so far. Really, really.
And I'm expecting coffee, but if somebody wants a cup of coffee, we actually have a coffee machine. So make sure you pause the recording now.
Yeah, good idea.
Sounds good.
I might use the restroom, so I'm curious, is it obvious where it is, or do I?
Right, turn right.
Okay, perfect. Sometimes you need instruction and.
No, it's right here, right here.
Thank you.
Our building is not that big.
I know, it's funny, Kelly or Monty came to visit me once.
Yeah.
Oh. We were in Danforth together, so we started pulling together. And he comes in, the first thing he says, it's so cute here.
Oh,
And I laughed and I went,
Yeah.
okay, me, I should have turned off the audio too, I didn't, I'm thinking that. So, let's see.
So you have in mind another education, are you gonna do what some people do, like this?
Excellent. There we go. All right, do you mind clicking us through?
Yes. I'm learning how to do all of this.
You are doing amazing. Okay, oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so now I want to pause a sec because we covered all the concepts. Now we're going to start applying them or narrowing the funnel and applying them here to Tacoma and your superintendent evaluation.
Tukwila.
Tacoma, oh my gosh, I said Tacoma.
It's because.
You did,
I said Tacoma.
thank you. But any questions before we go forward? Okay, well, within the specifics, I'm sure things will come up. So if you don't mind clicking one more time. Okay, so now let's talk about the what. We are going to start to pull some pieces together and get you on the way. So the sector at the top around strategic plan goals, you all have a strategic plan, right? So we don't necessarily have copies like printed out for you because we know that you live within, yeah, and that's your general strategic plan goals. But then if you go around to the sector on the right, the district annual goals, that is absolutely what you just picked up beforehand. So that is this memo here from October, okay, from Dr. Pedrosa. So this is the conversation you all had when you talk about areas of focus for this year. And this is actually based off of a tool within, I'm also going to start introducing you to the resources that WASDA put together for you. So this is an example of the goal setting tool, which is on page. Not yet.
I said.
It's on page 19, yes, thank you. So this is the idea, this is to help set off the beginning of your evaluation year. We have a calendar that we're gonna talk about in a minute that starts at a certain month and ends at a certain month, and you all have slightly different, but the progression is the same. So this goal setting tool, which Dr. Pedrosa leveraged, right? This is meant to start your annual conversation to support talking about where is going to be your focus for this year, as well as when conversations around those areas of focus will happen. So if you look at her October memo, you have, from the strategic plan goals, there's a category. So, and there's 3 areas, 3 goals for the year, and then when the conversations are going to happen, right? So quarterly conversations during work sessions, school board meetings, school improvement, as well as school improvement visits, as well as the board data reports, right? So having this conversation at the beginning of the cycle really gets everyone on the same page. You can have the conversations of what the areas of focus can be. And then from the strategic plan, you can also narrow it down to something very specific. Again, my example of bond and levies. There might be something very specific and contextual that you'd want to put into the next category from the district annual goals. And when that conversations will happen. And then you'll see at the bottom of the memo, board annual goals. Again, if there was something that you all were working on, you could capture it there. And then we're going to talk about the operational and leadership goals in a second. But this tool, whether you look at the blank template within the WASDA document or as it's filled out by Dr. Pedrosa, this is to help get the conversation rolling in the beginning of the year. It's also helpful to start talking about what the data will look like. So in the work sessions, and you all, I'm sure you have your school improvement plan templates and how, if there's any conversations around how the work will be documented, this is a good time to have it. And also, this is a perfect tool for the mid-year check-in, right? So you can take this and use it during the mid-year check-in as a reference tool so you can go back to the previous conversations. You don't have to reinvent a wheel, okay? So this is focusing on the superintendent's work around the strategic plan. And then, but there's also other work. Again, we talked about this other sector, the superintendent responsibilities, the one on the left. And I'd like you, if you don't mind, if you can take the WASDA tool and open up to page 17 and 18. I'm going to just review these for you. So this, if you took a look at a year ago, your evaluation and that really thick rubric with the 30 points that Dr. Pedrosa covered, they were all around the operations and leadership work of the district. So, and the deal is with this superintendent and student focused tool.
So this is my director of communications, equity and engagement, Naomi Bordeaux, so she's.
And I'll just interrupt. Naomi and I were together at the Ledge Conference. She went to a session that I was at.
Okay.
I was like, sorry. Keep going, Amy.
No, but think about the work around, recovering from binding conditions. That is not captured in the strategic plan at all, right? And yet it's very important work for the superintendent to be guiding the team through. So these operational and leadership goals are meant to not be the really thick rubric, and yet still capture that important work that the superintendent needs to do. Again, those 3 areas of overall responsibility, not just the instructional that will show up in the strategic plan, but also that managerial and sometimes the political of when you have to pass a levy kind of work. So I just want to walk you through them really quick, because for this year, you're great, you're covered. But when you start next year's cycle, you might want to sit down with them a little bit. So goal 1 covers the work under impactful instructional leadership. And there are some cross references within there. So if you look after the first bullet point, these cross references, which I can get you the original documents if you want, but they are higher level summations from the standards-based, that rubric superintendent evaluation. So it references where that comes from, and the American Association of Superintendents, AASA, I don't know the acronym very well, but where that it pulls from there as well. So this is actually, to use one of my favorite educational terms, a crosswalk between the WASDA standards-based rubric as well as best practices from the National Superintendents Association. Okay, so it's very deliberate and covers the operational and leadership work. And if you want to go deeper, we put these references in case there's something that really is relevant in Tukwila and you want to go really deep and you want to pull out some of those more specific elements, you could totally do it. So you have goal 1 around instructional leadership. Goal 2 is around the supportive climate for students, staff, and community. Goal 3 is around operations and management excellence. And goal 4 is around values-based leadership. Okay, so if I'm to go back to Dr. Petroza's example, right? You have on the second page under operational leadership goals, she already has areas of focus for this year. Okay, so, but it's helpful to get the map view, because what this tool does is brings them together for you. And when you fill out the template in the beginning of every year, there's a spot empty waiting for your input.
And then just to share, in October, the board did give feedback, so we made some adjustments.
Excellent.
But of course, if there's more feedback, right, then we could talk about that even in a mid-year. If we decided to do a mid-year, that would be, because you've been here for a month or 2, that could be a good conversation piece for a mid-year conversation. Or one of the things I was wondering about too is we're going to be starting with beta testing coming up soon and looking at our mid-year iReady results. So that would be timing wise to kind of look at that and go, oh, so right, things like that. So anyway.
So any questions on the 4 sectors?
So I'm kind of curious to dive into, so a lot of this is based, you say, on the superintendent's standards-based work, which presumably these are characteristics that somebody's done the research to be from successful, quote unquote, school districts. And the question I always have is, what is how did they define a successful school district? I mean, for example, if some of the, older kind of research, if they're, if they're using, for example, what's, grade schools or whatever, where they're just looking at proficiency tests. And so that, I got plenty of data that shows, if you're just looking at proficiency, that's just a measure of your income levels.
100%.
It has nothing to do with whether this district is any good or not. So I'm just curious. I mean, when I look at some of these criteria, they sound like they're, reasonable and would be applicable to our district as well. But I'm just like I said, I haven't delved into the depth of it, so you have a fairly degree,
So,
a degree
and
of
I want,
confidence that it's based on things that are work for our kind of district.
Nice.
it's a very great question, and the short answer is yes. Then I want to help with a little clarification. So these citations are around the other superintendent evaluation tool, not around the state board standards.
Mhm.
So the superintendent evaluation tool that you all used last cycle, that complex rubric,
Yeah, right,
that's what this is referencing.
right.
So the basis of that reference is work that Phil Gore did, that he led. It might have been part of his thesis, actually.
It was,
So
yeah, he did his whole
I-
dissertation on it.
Yeah,
So
so,
Phil Gore is a person who's been in this state at various, I forget what his history, he has a connection to this state.
yeah,
He's a kind of a researcher.
Right now, he's my
Construction.
role in Idaho, but he was a school board member
Okay.
and he also worked at WASDA
Yeah.
in my role for many years, and
Okay.
then was at the National State Board, and then Texas for like 8 years.
Okay,
And then Vermont 1 year. So he is, and does research in, first this, so his
Right.
first area of interest was superintendent evaluation. Now he's moved on to some other things around trust and relationships and stuff like that. So he's a researcher. Can I add too, because I've been very interested in what the National Association says and what research is. And these AASA, it hasn't been updated for about 20 years, and they're working on it, but it's out of date is what I would say. It's from 2008 is the most recent white paper that I can find, but it's work that they're doing at the national level. And in the meantime, there's some research that has also contributed to what we get to draw on because Phil was a researcher. So that's how to answer it, I would say. Great question.
and when we developed this tool, we did, to Heather's point, we did do a lit review as well for more current data, because it's a really good point. And at the same time, it's not fair to the superintendent to evaluate against standards that might be, have a foundation of not being something that each community can provide growth against. To your point, like that would be fundamentally unsound as a tool.
right.
So perfect question. Thank you for it. Absolutely.
And so that's why it's one part of 4, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And it's, and that's why also they're not specifically built into the template when you kick off the year, the goal setting tool, because you all should have a conversation. It should match what's going on today, your goal for your students, your context,
Mhm.
right? And that's the rubric has no room for context, the standard space, right? And in terms
Yeah,
of,
that's kind of
Right?
concerns me because that doesn't,
yeah, and so,
context is.
so you want to build off of all that research that happened and, improve upon it. And I don't know if you have any thoughts, Dr. Merjosa, about this.
Well, so I've done some research too, because I was, so there is some research on, for example, so what I'm based on, what I'm looking at is for our context, especially for high poverty districts,
Yeah.
is, and this is older research too, but it is still valid, the concept of 90 schools. So schools that are 90% free and reduced lunch, 90%, but it has results, like growth results, and then those 90s, 90s.
Right.
So like, how do these schools do that? Right? So that's what I look to when I'm looking at work here in terms of, because there are examples, and then maybe it's not exactly 90, but there are examples of high performing districts that have high poverty population.
Yeah.
And so that's where I look to for my, sort of litmus test around what are best practices in our schools.
Well, then my question is always, what is their definition of high performing?
Yeah,
And then it just means that-
And not to say that research is about, actually, it's probably 10, 15 years old as well. And I would say they would have a high reliance on performance indicators and proficiency indicators.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that's interesting is, but there's still 90% poverty, right? And then, so what I look at too then is what's the percentage of MLL? So you have to look at other factors, right? In terms
No,
of-
and also what I'm concerned with too is that if the focus becomes obsessively about
Yeah,
the reading and
Yeah,
math test
yeah.
score, you can manipulate, how the instruction is delivered. And so that students will do well on that,
It's not hard.
but not produce a well-rounded student.
Sure.
You know, you just put parts in the toilet or
But I think
something.
it's a balanced approach, and the
Yeah,
other thing I would add is that for me, when I'm looking at school improvement efforts, right? We're looking at proven strategies based on, for example, MLF data, right? So here's an example, I'm gonna give an example, a really concrete example. So 2 years ago, couch this, when I entered here, I'll talk about MLO services. Our services specifically were done in interventions. And the reason, and actually then there was a lot of context and beliefs that newcomers need to be overly intervention. And so that's the system that was created, right, in many schools, not just in both, but many schools.
So just to say, intervention typically has meant pull the student
So
out of the regular class, put them off and set aside.
Like, or say third grade classroom, so the students leaving for long periods of time, out of the writing instruction, out of the reading and getting this direct instruction on language, vocabulary, and whatnot. But then they're missing, they come back, think about that child, they leave for this, have to come back, they leave, have to come back. And then the other thing that happened in the middle of the high school was students were being pulled from core instruction and they were having, you know, all these sheltered English classes, some of them non-credited, which wasn't helpful to them, you know, on and on. But the research says, actually, that, which is interesting, so it's sort of the flip of all of that. The research says that actually, if you give our newcomer population access to core curriculum, the majority of the time, and actually pull the interventions into the classroom, they actually will outperform everybody. They actually, their growth scores are higher than anybody. But the reverse was happening here. And so what we did is we have to attack the system first, right? So how do we make sure that our system doesn't keep pulling kids out? So we've had to reset the system here. So, and then how do you make sure you have quality instruction happening, right, with those kids? And how do you make sure that the interventions are being poured into the classroom? I'm not saying there's not opportunity. Some students do need to be pulled out for, especially if they have other areas of concern, but it shouldn't be most of their day. And so that is research that's emerging, so they're looking at classroom placements, they're looking, and this has been for the last 5 to 10 years, but it's taken a long time for schools to catch up.
And the other thing, I've seen this in our classrooms, if you put the students, and whether it's MLL students or other students who are having trouble, in the main classroom, and you put them in there with the students that are high-performing students, they see what, the role models are there. And I've seen this over and over, that the students will then, you know, are motivated and understand what it takes to get to that high level, and they can see it every day. And so then they will perform better.
Well, and they're getting the language code, they're getting the language peers and all that. So there's so much research around it, but there's a lot of school districts are still struggling with getting that shift happening completely. So we've made that shift and we're still growing and we're moving to closed teaching, but that's the context that you have to layer into all of it.
And can I show how that played out?
Yeah.
In your memo in October?
Yeah.
So if you look on the second page, right under the operational and instructional goals, under number 1 is pathful instructional leadership. And I think this is such a perfect example. So instead of just copying and pasting, right, one of these 5 areas, I could guess which ones you pulled from and probably wove together to create this goal around strengthening student-centered systems. I think this is a perfect example of making sure there is thought around instructional leadership. It's not ignored. And then the yes and on turbo is then putting the Tukwila student needs right there, so that it's put into action, right? And that is the flexibility we were hoping for out of this tool.
And how that aligns, so that's the vision. So what, I'll just piggyback to what the how is, which I have a 13-page document for that. So I have a 13-page vision for MLL instruction for the next 2 to 3 years. But I'll just share it to you because this isn't the detail you need to have the weeds part, I'll just go high level. So there's a plan in my plan, so for the principal. There's a targeted focus for the principals. There's a targeted focus, and this is building their capacity, right, to understand these research practices for the MLL coaches, because they need support too, because they're leading and supporting other teachers. And we provided professional development for general education teachers, not MLL teachers, general education teachers who don't have an MLL endorsement, to build their capacities and skills to support the students in the classroom. So we're tackling it from all levels. So the program, the system, the structures, the principals, the MLL coaches, and the MTSS coaches in the classroom, and then general education teachers. So there's a 4-pronged plan to support all the layers of the system. And what I'm hoping is that we'll start to see growth and shift, even practices, and it build over time. That's the reason I say it's a 2 to 3 year plan, is because we don't have the money to professionally develop every teacher in the system, but we can do a quarter and a quarter and a quarter over time. And so I think if we stick to the plan, my goal is that every teacher is a language teacher in Tukwila School District. That's the elevator speech right there. That's the goal. But the only way you can do that is you have to build everyone's capacity to do that work, understand it, see it, observe it, look at the data, make those pivots and shifts, and then collaborate around that common goal. So that's the elevator speech.
That's the elevator speech, and again, this case study, this living, breathing case study that you all are working with pulls this together. That's very objective and measurable, right? That is tied to your strategic plan. That is a positive lens, not a negative lens. It's all about growth. Right? It's all about growth. It's focused and aligned throughout the organization, right? And the alignment as a board, you will be able to take that, and we're going to talk about we're going to talk about the calendar and the cycle of evaluation on the next slide. You'll be able to take that and pull it together and talk about that as you're making your final evaluation. So thank you for that. That was super helpful.
The other piece of jargon you'll hear on this thing of interventions, it's a push-in model versus a pull-out model. So the idea is, rather than pull it out, put them separate and do something, you push resources into the main classroom and support them right in the main classroom. So then we've talked about like co-teaching is another mechanism like that, which you have 2 teachers in the classroom, one of them supporting the other one.
Yeah, no, super. And it's inspirational to see the results too.
And it works.
It does, it does. All right, so we're starting to pull together more of the map view. So we're gonna move on to the next slide, when Dr. Joseph has a second. So, I'm so sorry.
No. Maybe it's got this more for me than anybody
Okay, there we
else.
go. And these obviously, this document we're leaving on here, okay? But there is a calendar tool. This gives a higher level look. And on page 21, there's a suggested calendar, but I gotta stand over here because I have to talk with my hands. But the idea is you start the cycle. A lot of boards start the cycle in August, but you may or may not, right? But that's when you set the goals. Right, that's when you use that goal setting tool, that October memo example. That's when you have the initial conversation, okay? You set the calendar about when all this else is gonna happen, we're gonna talk about in a sec. And then you plan how reporting, again, that second column in the October memo. I don't know why. That second column in the October memo that talks about when you all are gonna review this. That's all in a public meeting. To Dave's point, we're gonna talk about executive session, because that's the Open Public Meetings Act. Which portions of this should be in a public meeting, which one should be in executive session. This initial kickoff of the cycle, whether it's in August or not, should be in a public meeting. And it sounds like you all had a public meeting in October and had a conversation around it, right? Lovely. So then ongoing throughout the year, there's reporting to the board. That's that, you're right, that second column, that's happening. The board has an opportunity to ask questions, to learn about the context. The superintendent has an opportunity to not have to give all the data at the end of the cycle. That'll
kill the superintendent's calendar like nothing else. Then you have a mid-year check-in, right? So, and we've seen different practices. This can happen in executive session, right? Where you take this kickoff memo, you sit down and you do a mid-year check-in. Oftentimes, this is also documented in the superintendent's contract. Sometimes there's other trigger points that happen, like for example, if the superintendent doesn't plan on renewing their contract, I've seen in many districts, that is triggered in the contract that at this mid-year check-in, the superintendent could let the board know. The board is also obligated on the other side. Board doesn't want to start extending the superintendent's contract, they're obligated to let the superintendent know mid-year. I don't know if that's in your contract or not, but it's common, so I wanted to bring it up. This mid-year check-in it's up to you. I would put it in policy how this goes. Sometimes it's just the board chair or president who has that conversation with the superintendent. It sounds like you all have gone down this road and have a lot to talk about. Having the entire board do an executive session with the superintendent to do the check-in sounds like it might be appropriate here. So, okay. And then this is towards the end of the year. Again, for you all, it sounds like it might be, you said late summer, early fall, but in a lot of boards, it's in May, where the board starts to get all this data and starts pulling it together. Oftentimes, again, you may want to put this in policy to make sure it's clear and it's you don't have to reinvent the wheel every year. Usually the board chair will start, making sure the board has all the data. They know where they're going to be looking based off that goal setting document. And then also this is when a superintendent might complete a reflection, whether it's a detailed, whether it's a one pager or a detailed. You want to decide in the beginning of the cycle, not surprise the superintendent that they should put together a reflection. So that's probably, I don't know if you all have had a chance to talk about whether the superintendent, whether Dr. Pedroza will do a reflection of how the year has gone.
I usually do it mid-year too. I do a big,
lovely.
long reflection, right? And then, I would just say, this is timing conversation, because I'd like to button up some of the timelines as well. We've been delayed on some of our timelines, so I would love to have a whole process completed by July when we check for the next year if possible.
Part of the problem is some of the data that we have from the state doesn't happen until like September. They don't release all the test scores and things like that. So then if you do it in May, you're talking about the previous year, which is a little old.
Do you have any other data like iReady data?
Yeah, we can get that, but I'm just talking about some of the WIDA tests and some of that stuff comes out that I don't know why the state keeps it so long, but.
I agree with you there, but it does make sense to understand what that date is, and having I totally understand the data question. And then there's somewhat of a logistical with the system, because it's not just Dr. Pedroza doing the reporting. So having staff calendars aligned to a school year, there could be benefits there from a workload standpoint. So if it's something that we're going to go into into a final tool, but let's think about that, about how to talk about when this will happen, if it's going to be ending by July 1st, because depending on what your contract says about when the renewal happens, I would think of it as a best practice to tie the contract renewal to the superintendent evaluation timing. Because usually from a community perspective, understanding the superintendent's renewal and the outcome of the evaluation, because again, with this part, summarizing the reporting, the superintendent interacting with the board, this oftentimes happens in executive session, where the board first, this is common practice, again, we can talk about how you'd like to do it. The board comes together first to start talking about the data, and we have a final tool for you to use to guide this conversation. For the board to start getting going through their own process of
coming to a result of the evaluation to present to the superintendent. And then welcomes the superintendent into another executive session to talk about the board's findings of the evaluation. And then whether it is, I've seen it in a lot of different ways there, you know, like Director Larson said, the evaluation, the final evaluation itself is the only evaluation of a staff member in the district. That is a public facing document. Some people choose not to put it in a board agenda. Some people, some districts I have seen have the board chair or president write a narrative summary of the board's findings. Some people just put a contract extension and might have a conversation on the dais, on the virtual dais, and within the board meeting. But the contract extension itself has to be in a public meeting, and I'm sure there's a date stipulated in the contract of when that should happen.
So just to
yeah.
let people know that the common practice is, so it's like a 3-year, so if you get to the end of the year and the board is satisfied, then the contract extends for another year. So it's always 3 years in advance.
Yeah.
The concept being that, you know, we want consistency in the leadership. And so if the leadership is performing well, then we want to, you know, have it for 3 years. That's kind of the standard that people use. If there's some concerns, then districts can do it for 2 years or 1 year. But it's, you know, if things are going pretty well, then you want to make sure that there's some stability in that contract. So
Yeah.
So is that 1 year on the 3 years?
Well, yeah, so it's typically 3 years, so then you get to the end of the first year, then you extend the contract another year. So it's 3 years, yeah, it's a kind of a rolling 3 years, yeah.
But there is a clause in the contract that at any point, it could be dissolved.
Yeah.
By a third party, so sometimes with clause and without clause, so
Right.
that's stipulated. So the suggestion to read the contract is a good one, so that you can see, there is an out clause, that's what I'm trying to say.
And but if it's within the 3 year and you decide you want to go out, then there's usually costs associated with getting out. So,
And I just want to make one more point, and then we're gonna get more contextual for Tukwila, that this cycle, WASDA strongly suggests it is supported by the board's own professional development and evaluation. There's, right, Tukwila has a history of using the board self-assessment survey provided by WASDA to talk about the board's own growth, because there will be the Venn diagram or overlap between the board's work strengthening our own practice with how the leadership of the district is going. And so having this off by itself, when, we actually had a debate of when we would suggest the board self-assessment survey would fall in this. There's so many pros and cons, we didn't want to state a specific date, but just to find a way to make it happen to inform.
And I guess I would just say, if boards do it differently all year, but it's really great when there's a board self-assessment that helps ground the board goals. And that board goals show up in this, right?
Yeah.
And as they intersect with the role of the superintendent. So having some sense of where the board wants to support the strategic plan is really beneficial for this process.
And you see there is a spot, again, within the goal setting tool, there is a spot for board annual goals. And, being a new board, it's understandable that they're just very high level, continuing perhaps board work from before.
Yeah.
Right? So it's hard to be a brand new board member and then do a board self-assessment survey when you just started your
I would
service.
say this board has really grown in that area. They do a self-assessment once a month where they pick up the goal. They don't do the self-assessment piece, but they do pick the goals once a month and then pick the topic or every other month or something.
That's a great practice.
Where they come in to the board meeting and then they assess where they are. So some of them are high level, some of them are more tangible. Like, for example, community engagements was a goal 1 year, or I can't remember, Dave, all the things, but there's examples, and that's not one of the agenda items in the afternoon anyway, so you can talk about that.
Right.
So the board self-assessment is a tool, it's a survey tool that WASDA has developed. And so what happens is it's an online tool, everybody takes it individually, they ask about, what's priorities and different things. And then at the end, what happens is then they give us, the report comes back of what the results were, and basically we're looking for if there's areas where there's a separation when, some board members think one thing and some another thing, then, we discuss that to try and get things together. So that's what the board, self-assessment tool is about. It's just a tool that kind of help, as we've been saying, align and get everybody kind of on the same page. And
Yeah, it's
reveal
the
things
state, right?
where things are.
It's just the
maybe-
way, it takes state standards, that booklet, we have examples if you need it from Board Boot Camp of all the 5 overarching state standards and details under them. It allows you all just to have a conversation around them. And usually it does, it's a great way of getting alignment. Do you mind clicking through? Let me go through the agenda. So I just want to cover this because we just talked about the calendars of all the cycle is fresh in our head. So the executive session, when to do it and when not to do it is really important. I want to clarify this, because again, I attached it to the specific cycle dates I had in the previous slide, but, we need to sort out what that means in Tukwila. So you can use executive session when reviewing the actual evaluation results. So the mid-year, right? And I call it the May timeframe, the end of cycle. Right, so when the board has had a chance, and we have an example of the final evaluation tool we're gonna get into in a sec. When the board has done their work, and it's time, you can do the work in executive session, and then have the conversation with the superintendent in executive session, so that's the first one, the first and the second one. And also the superintendent providing their response to the evaluation back to the board. That's a great way of, again, having those growth conversations and starting to look forward to next year, what might be ways of starting to get ready for the next cycle, right? Having the conversation all together. But within executive session, there's not to be any board action, which, agreements on contract extension, planning, promises around one thing or another, extending the contract, or even overly describing the process that hasn't been talked about in a public meeting, because the courts really want you to talk about this process in public so the public understands. Now, if you've already had that conversation and it's relevant, of course you talk about it. But you don't design this work we're doing today is not appropriate for executive session. So does that make sense? Any questions around there?
I just want to know that, Director Proctor is online, just for.
Oh, wonderful, thank you.
So if you need to, have him be part of questioning or anything, he's online.
Thanks. Welcome.
Welcome, Director Proctor.
So now, do you mind clicking through
I
again?
do not mind.
So again, we're reading this all together for you. So now we're gonna talk about the steps of the process. So part 1 is using that goal setting tool during the first meeting and then mid-year. Check. That's why I got to put a thumbs up on your slide. You all have already done that, which is great. If you mind clicking through again for me. Dr. Joseph, the next step is you have a document. This is, and you can use the Wazda tool to understand it. You're gonna then, towards the end of the cycle, get ready to move on to this more detailed document. So this is an extension of this. So if you were to put them side by side, you would see, again, you have a category for strategic plan goals. And this is a blank template that you all can use. It's part of the PDF.
Page 23 is where you can kind of see it overall, and then there's a sample of it filled out after that. So,
No, that's perfect. Is what we did is we took the October menu. I keep saying this weird. I took the memo and started filling this in for you. Just so you start to get the groundwork. So the strategic plan goals, there's a section. There's a monitoring report information. So I put in when the report was going to happen, but you might have specific citations. Perhaps there was a great strategic plan report or a school improvement visit report that you want to cite, and the superintendent should actually have quite the hand in filling out this column to help.
And I'll even put like links to, so what I learned as a superintendent here is in my first year, I would say I made some assumptions that, for example, the work sessions And like my Monday memo, because that's where I put in some things. So here's an example, just so you all know. I put in when I go to a conference, what I learn, things like that. So I assume that that was information that was captured, because I'm a believer that you evaluate somebody based on the whole thing. Learn that, because I didn't submit an actual PD plan in writing as an attachment to that. It was, this is a funny story now. It was an area that I didn't get rated, at a decent scale because I didn't submit the plan, which was interesting because I assumed that people had the information. So I learned, don't assume. So what I will do is try to attach some of the pertinent documents that have been brought up to work session or data point or report, so that you don't have to scope around and find it. And I'll try to, me and Deb will work on making sure that those attachments are in there. So then you can go ahead and go, oh yeah, I remember that in October we went through that report, or January, that was the report. Things like that. So I'll try to do that as much as I can. But if there's something missing for you, then my hope is that you just ask me and I'll find it for you. Okay?
And that's one reason why, the final evaluation at the end of the cycle is not just one meeting. It was implied, I want to make it more clear. There's a meeting, and coordination with the superintendent for the board to start reviewing the data. And then after that conversation, there's another meeting with the superintendent with the final, right? So the idea with this tool is that you have the goal itself. And that example is helpful. If there's any board expectations, there might not be, but say that around the strategic plan goals for engaged learners, there was a board expectation that there would be a
survey result.
A survey sent to the community, right? It's contextually helpful to have that in here. You might end up leaving this board expectation blank. It's just if it's helpful for you all, you fill it in. Then the monitoring report, this is from the schedule, but yes, the idea is that the superintendent would give you the actual links to the data. But then you would come with this to your all first meeting. And you all would start having conversations over what do we think about this engaged learner goal? This was our expectation we had communicated. And then we got this data. You don't fill in the rating yet. You say, let's talk about it. Okay. And with the goals, you will need to get to a rating, but you'll want to talk about it all together first. And once you get into the evaluation, it'll make a bit more sense. But to make sure everyone has an opportunity to weigh in with what they appreciated about the year, what maybe came up that was unexpected, and have everyone weigh in, but not come with a firm rating. And I want to point out, we added some rating options for strategic plan goals. Strategic plan goals by design, to the point that was said earlier, if something was achieved lickety-split, perhaps it wasn't audacious enough of a goal. And with educational goals have often taken 3 to 5 years, it's more a rating system around progress, around growth, than it is about pass-fail. Okay, and that's due to the nature of strategic plan goals. You'll see that's not the rating scale for everything. But I want to point that out. So you'll want to have a conversation about do we think it's exemplary progress? Do we think it was adequate? Do we think the progress required growth next year? Okay, and then if there's any notes the board wants to take out of their conversation, you just jot them down in the final column, because the board's thinking around why that rating was super helpful to the superintendent. Instead of just having a number, understanding the board's thinking is really important. And so this is just a tool to capture some high level points around that conversation, okay? And then as you go through, you'll see under the district annual goals, okay, legislative and regional advocacy here, strengthening relationships, and when that's going to happen. These, for district annual goals, it is a more I hate to use this term, but it's probably easiest to understand. It's more a proficiency rating scale than a growth rating scale. Because under this work with an annual goal, it happened or it didn't. Right? And so at the very, very end, there's descriptions of what I'm trying to explain it verbally, but if you want a reference, there is one on the very last page. But so under the district annual goals, supporting the board annual goals, and the operational and leadership goals, it's more the proficiency scale. The word proficiency is actually number 3, than it is the growth scale because of the nature of the work. Does that make sense? Okay. So the idea is this is like Heather pointed out, this is part of the packet from WASDA and it comes blank. But we also in here have, and there within the PDF, you can click on it to download a Word doc version so that you can just type right into it. But we did put in an example. And this is actually taken from, I won't say who, but a district, like this is the actual work that was done in a district and the ratings, and then you can see a board response examples about why those ratings. And it is, I find the final column to be most helpful. And again, giving feedback to the superintendent and then informing the work next year.
Yeah.
So, I understand that we're looking at a tool called Super Eval or something.
Oh, are you looking at that?
Well, we use that approach to look at it. And it's a computerized online program that actually uploads these tools, this tool in particular, onto that. And so they asked if we wanted to pilot it. I just got an email because Dave went and looked at it and he wanted to see if he could get an online module just to kind of check it out, and he's gonna connect with you with that. I just haven't done the connection yet.
Because right now, I mean, this is just a Word document here that, you just type in stuff.
Right.
And it wasn't clear to me when I read their description, what exactly it was gonna do beyond that.
I can explain more if you want.
Yeah, and I don't know about that much either, but I would say we do use an online tool for principal evaluation and teacher evaluation. So, I've always used paper for myself, but there's some people that love computerized tools, so it just depends on. But whatever happens is we have to pick one or the other, so that I do know. So we have to go.
But in any event, this basic information needs to be available anyway, whether we end up using Super Eval or just do it with a Word document. So, yeah.
That's right. And it is all set in so that the same exact model will show up for you and it'll track everything for you and then hold it. And then you see it year after year so that you don't have to worry about version control and stuff like that. Yeah. But we neither endorse nor, right, like they're, they had to ask our permission to come into the state and we said, sure, if districts want to. Yeah.
I'm more interested in the Senate office.
In what?
The Senate office.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it's based on WASDA central office framework. Yeah.
Does it help create coherence between all these different levels in the organization of the evaluation?
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in because the fact that it's, what I like about using the online tools for me, I didn't at first, I was one of those people that kind of was kicking and screaming, and then once I got on, but it does capture everything, so you can look at last year, like in one portal, right? So that's the nice part, and then the other thing that's great is you can, just like any computerized program, you can upload artifacts, so you can easily upload, instead of linking it, just automatically upload the documents, right? So any documents you want to use as evidence, it automatically uploads that and it keeps that as an artifact. So it takes a while to learn any new system. I know with the teacher evaluation and the principal evaluation, but in terms of, and then it helps to be more concise, I think, because instead of having really long narratives, you have a window. But I think that's helpful too, because you want to make sure you capture those pieces.
So it sounds like the chief advantage is it just manages all the information as opposed to you know, if we have Word documents and we have a bunch of Word documents sitting on somewhere in a
Yeah.
Google Drive and
With like.
last year's are gonna be one place, this year's are gonna be another place, and we have to run.
Well, and the thing I think that was interesting for here is everybody here, so every board director can input their feedback.
Yeah.
And then it'll grab the tools, it'll grab the information, and so then when whoever's the final, person to capture all of that, can, instead of emailing everybody and
Yeah.
texting everybody and doing everything, it'll gather all the feedback and inputs. And then the final evaluator, who the president typically would be the final person who does that. And they can synthesize the pieces, but a lot of it's streamlined. So you have it all as a dashboard in there where you can actually streamline it. So I don't know if it's easy or not because we haven't seen it.
Right.
But it is something I want us to consider, maybe not for this year, but for next year down the road. That's why, but.
Yeah,
if it does-
conceptually, it sounds like a good
But
thing,
if
but
it's
it's in the details.
If it's become something that this group would love to use, then it could be something we use. And since
I'd
we-
be curious on your, if you do go forward, on your experience.
well, that's what I want us to pilot it, because like he said, I think we'd be the first district to pilot it for him in the state, so.
I do want to share the other thing you can do is, I know another district is using this model, but they aren't using the board goals, and you can take that out of the super eval, right? If you're not using a component, and you can also weight things differently. So you have autonomy as it shows up in the system to kind of make it the way that you want. Just FYI.
Yeah, I'm not clear yet, but I would like to see it too.
Yeah.
I'm that visual,
Yeah,
hands-on
it's fun to
learner.
get in there and see.
Yeah.
Thanks, sorry.
So we're gonna talk about ratings in a sec, but I just wanna pause. I feel like I just put a whole bunch of stuff out there. So let's think about, and I have just opened from the WASDA documents, the example, just because it has the bits filled in. So this is, I think, page 24. Yep, page 24 I have open. But any questions, because again, this example is an example of the final state of the completed evaluation tool. And then again, what happens with this is up to you all. Again, the board president can write a summary letter, or this is the tool, and there's the conversation in executive session with the superintendent, you know, what's done with it, but getting to this point and how the columns work, are there any questions?
It seems pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of reading it and kind of getting an idea of where they're scoring at this point.
Yeah, for me, so I went through this and I have some ideas for some things to add or whatever. So, yeah, for me, it's like, we can focus on, you know, the technical version of it.
Yeah, okay. And I would love to do that. Can we talk about the rating, system really quick? How to get to one, again, that idea, you have to get from 5 evaluations to 1. So we want to give you, and this is, we could spend another 3 hours talking about this, but within board work, there are some leadership skills that really can be helpful, complex policy development, setting budget priorities, especially under constraints. There are times, not just superintendent evaluation, you know, what to ask the community for capital levy, right? There are times within a board's work where everything that you all bring, and which is lovely, this is a system that has stood the test of time about bringing multiple perspective and life experiences to the boardroom and then getting to one outcome. That is complex leadership work. Okay, so I have just a couple concepts up here, because when you get to the rating conversation, that will happen as well. Sometimes it'll be pretty apparent what the rate should be, rating scale, where you'll want to end up. Sometimes it won't, and you'll have to talk about it. So the first thing we want to talk about.
Can I just say something about, Director Proctor would like to say some things that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Director Proctor, can you unmute yourself? I think I gave you permissions to talk.
Got it. No, I didn't have anything to add
Okay,
yet.
great.
I was just saying that the chat is disabled. So if I wanted to chime in, I could chime in from the chat, but the manager hasn't opened the chat. So
Oh,
could
I
you?
think it's okay just for you to share
Okay,
openly. That's fine.
sounds
Yeah.
good. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay. So just next time, just, I have your text, but I probably wasn't paying attention. Just text me and I'll meet you if you wanna chime in. All right?
Thank you. Good enough.
Thank you too.
Does Director Proctor have access to the documents we're using?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, so let me talk, we'll just cover this, and again, this is part of the WASDA leadership development work. We are happy to work with boards to build some of these leadership skills, but we just want to highlight the ones that we have found really helpful for superintendent evaluation creation. So the first is deliberative listening skills. This is the idea, it's more than an intentional listening, it's a focused, intentionally active listening and then absorbing and understanding what your colleague is saying so that you can take it and build upon it. Okay, and there are some ways of doing it, some skills to practice. If you want to avoid interrupting your colleague as they're speaking, you want to ask clarifying questions and specifically reflective questioning. So for example, when I was trying to capture Dr. Pedrosa's input around focused, aligned, and deep goals, I paused for a second and made sure I understood that correctly in order to move on. So deliberative listening is a very easy to develop, but it takes, or easy to develop skill, but it just takes some practice and some forethought in order to start doing this. And this is a skill, again, that will carry over, trying to narrow down what to ask your community for in a capital levy is tough. And so it's a skill that will carry over to other areas. The second column talks about a cycle called divergence, emergence, and convergence. And this is to help understand what happens in a human brain when you have to take multiple perspectives and distill it down to a single outcome, because it can feel really stressful. And yet this is how human brains work. So the idea is, first of all, in the divergence step of complex decision-making and conversations, you will get all input, right? And you collect that input from everyone. And then the middle stage is the emergence. If you read Brene Brown, she calls this the messy middle.
Yeah.
So the idea that you have gotten all this input from your colleagues and now you have to sort it. You have to start trying to get from maybe multiple ratings or multiple ideas around a capital levy down to one. And this is where, again, this messy middle idea can feel really uncomfortable, but that is just human nature. It doesn't have to do with people, it has to do with the process and the problem of practice in front of you. And just understanding that that is normal can be really helpful, because as you're talking to each other, wrestling with these different ideas, you naturally start to build with each other and bring it back together, and that's the convergence. And that's where you can get the results. You can get the step where you start to move forward. So to use an example around the capital levy, I have schools in my district, like literally the elementary school down the road from me has a blue tarp on the roof, right? Because during all this heavy rain, like the roof is failing. We have such capital requirements in our district, and we have very little business community. In order from a tax base, almost everything falls upon our homeowners. So what we have to wrestle with to balance out what the needs are in our buildings with what we thought our community could afford was a hard, it took us 6 meetings. And that was something luckily we had the time to support, but that is not unusual for these really complex decisions. And we were able to build and get to that convergence point where we were able to get to the point where we needed to. So just pointing out that's normal can be really helpful for people. And then the third column is there can be pre-work that you do from a process perspective that helps this. For example, if you need 2, maybe 3 meetings to do the evaluation, I call that avoiding a roadblock proactively. Set up talk to each other ahead of time and find a way to get that time together to avoid the roadblock before you get it. Sometimes Sometimes that's around scheduling, sometimes that's around, setting policy around how this evaluation is gonna go. Having that proactive conversation, you avoid, the roadblock before it even happens. Also, when you set up those schedules, be honest with each other so that you can meet the deadlines. Because it can place a lot of stress on the team if other people are working to that calendar, and sometimes life happens, which is, of course, right, life happens. But if you know there's gonna be a conflict for you around that deadline, be honest with folks as early as possible so that there can be justice made, because it can really be stressful for the entire team. And then the pre-work, this is going to take, again, like a lot of policy development, what have you, it's gonna take pre-work from board members to go through the data, right? To remember what was in the October memo, start pulling ideas together, even though you should develop the rating together. Doing all the pre-work to come into the room, ready to go. It's just something that, it sounds simple, but it is, something that can get in the way of the work, we've noticed unfortunately, so we just like to call it out. So again, we could spend another 3 hours here, but, are there any questions around these concepts that would be helpful for you?
At this point, it's just doing it.
There you go, all right, and understanding just like your time.
Can I add one thing? Which
Yes,
is that,
please.
the superintendent evaluation process can be a really wonderful place to practice, to develop these leadership skills and capacities. So that then your team sees that you can do it, right, in this kind of finite place, and then you can do it in a more complex task like levy, whatever, I mean, you were just describing that situation, right? Or a curriculum adoption, or the next strategic plan, so that you build capacity together by doing it. And the super eval is a really great place to do it.
Yeah, I call it collaboration muscle memory.
Yeah.
Right.
So my experience of, I mean, in the old system, there was the rating and the same thing you had to come to, and the other thing to kind of keep in mind is, to put this in the context. I mean, fighting about, oh, I think it's a 2, I think it's a 3. I mean, we could sit here for hours and hours, and that's not the most important thing that's going on in the school district. So, in the past, we've always been able to, kind of get to the consensus without getting overly, combative. I mean, your example about the capital, that's a much more, substantive problem than, 1 or 2 ratings on the superintendent evaluation. So it just, that's my experience. Just don't get overly exercised about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Sounds great advice.
Some districts do have a hard time deciding to extend contracts or not. That becomes one of those big things, but yeah, that's great. I'm glad that.
We haven't really had a big problem with that.
That's
People
great.
are pretty reasonable. And we're not typically way off from each other. And once the idea of talking about it, I mean, if somebody has a particular idea and then talks about why, I mean, I end up learning some things, and
That's
it
right.
can go back and forth. And as long as you're, doing the listening, and it usually works out okay.
That's right.
The rule of thumb is, a difference of 2 to 3 or 3 to 4. But if you have a big gap like a 1 to 4, then that's the need to get coherence and convergence.
That's right.
And emergence when you're like this. Poles apart.
Nice.
That's where you need to pull it together. The little nuances between a 2.5 or whatever, that can be easy, but you really have to have a board conversation if there's a gap of where people see that goal. I think that's a critical component. I know that was what we had to do a lot, even with our principals, with our teachers, right? For calibration. If you and your assistant principal see things like this, okay, then that's what you two have to do. Because you're not looking at the same type of evidence or data, or maybe you have a bias on the issue. So anyway, I just think that's a big sort of, like when you're having that conversation, is a good litmus test is, are we this close, or if we're too far apart? And the conversation should be on this, not this.
Thank you, good point, thank you.
That's great.
And nobody wants to spend hours and hours on this stuff anyway.
Do you mind advancing?
Sure.
So let's take a moment then here and, you know, get specific here around the very drafty. This is the document I took, the October menu. I do that.
You did it right before and then wrong.
Yeah, it's a really interesting.
Is this where you want to be?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Right, so the memo.
It looks like a menu. You say menu, you say menu.
You're very kind. Thank you for being here, having so much grace with me. So let's talk about this for a second. So, because again, the idea that the board will work with the superintendent, so Dr. Pedrosa, whether it's in the online tool or in a document, will take time. We have to talk about when the board would need it from Dr. Pedrosa, right? So that's scheduling those dates we should talk about. But Dr. Pedrosa would start filling in some data here. And the idea then, if you look at that, when that is completed, it becomes a tool, right, for the first points on here, a way for the superintendent and board president to start documenting data, like to work together in case it's helpful. Usually it's the board president, I don't mean to pick on Director Larson, President Larson, but just to provide some initial feedback. Okay, I think you might need more data in this area. I think that's a really helpful report, but have you thought, I remember us talking about it over here too, should you bring that in? Just a little feedback can be helpful for the superintendent once he's thinking in the data. And then also, it starts being a summary document. Once it gets to the point where it's ready for the board to start using it as a tool, it's a summary document. For the board to start doing their pre-work before coming into that first executive session to talk as a board to get ready for the last two columns, the rating and then the board response. So how do you all feel about that idea? So you could, if you decide it sounds like the mid-year is going to be more informal this year, but you could use this as a tool for the mid-year or get ready for it to be moving forward. But from a Tukwila standpoint, what would be helpful to consider when getting ready for the final part of the cycle with this tool?
I'm also a digital input learner, so after we start doing it, I'll get a little bit better of an idea of where we all stand, but this is a good starting point.
I think the mechanics of it are pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I'm sure there'll be discussions as far as the goals themselves and trying to score them where we're all consistent with the evaluation of it. I think the mechanics as far as what you're speaking is fine.
Are the meeting dates already scheduled?
That's a good question. That was what down on my list to see.
Right.
I need to check with our,
I did like the idea of, you know, just in case, have two meetings for deliberations, right? In case someone wants to bring up something. Yeah, so I think that would be a starting point.
So Dr. Mendoza, do we have, we have the board meeting schedule, you know, for the year. The question is, does it include the meetings that we would need to do the evaluation?
No, so we
Yeah.
have to, that's something that, so we have a monthly board agenda. We just voted in, we just did the swearing in December. We did a vote of the new board leaders. There may be a shift again. So we need to set, and I just texted Deb actually when we were talking about mid-year and all of that, so we need to get mid-year on here. So we need to set the calendar, so we need to update the calendar for these meetings. So I think the board president and vice president usually sit in agenda setting. So we have one coming up, so we should lay that out for the rest of the year.
Okay.
What's reasonable?
Sounds like a good step forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just texted Deb Moore, she's the one who called the notes anyway, so she'll hear this. She's reviewing the notes, because she has to type a couple minutes, so, but I'll make sure and check in with her on Monday to get that scheduled, so we can have the calendar, any exec sessions or topics in a board session. Also making sure that the boards talking about board priorities. And so that's what we're talking about afterwards. This is just looking at everything and checking, because I think we're resetting. And then we need to make these agenda items happen.
Great.
So for me, I'm just going to be going through the October 13th memo and seeing if there's any other, any modifications. I mean, this is a draft that she put forward, and so you know, the area of strategic plan, basically, we already have that. I mean, those things are in
All those things have been updated.
our strategic plan, so, you know, if we want to go back and review the strategic plan, that would be kind of a separate meeting, I think.
Yeah.
Because we have the strategic plan and all the measures and everything, so that one's, in my mind, basically done. The other three, I think this is the first time we've had kind of a discussion about that, so the district annual goals, now, the board annual goals, actually, that one we have as well. But that was from the old board, so we may, you know, want to go through and review those. And then what's the other one? Oh, operational leadership goals.
Yeah.
That's another one that it would be good to have some either agree to these, or, I mean, I've got some ideas for some things to potentially add to that. So to me, the discussion would be around those. So not so much the strategic plan goals, but the other ones, just to make sure have some discussion around that.
So, would that be something you'd be able to put on your board calendar to schedule that conversation?
Yeah.
Because again, if you think about the cycle, that would be a conversation in the beginning of the cycle, and again, we are jumping you in midstream. But it's probably good to have that conversation soon.
Well, we have and I think they're just digging into it. We have an annual board calendar.
Excellent.
So that's set out month by month, all the topics. So this is definitely what we can incorporate that into as well, so then we're tracking it. So
Great.
We have all the systems in place, but we're just in sort of like refresh mode. This is our refresh mode right now. Yeah, we're a refresh phase.
That's great.
So I don't know if we want to, yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't totally clear whether we were just going to start that discussion today of adding those things, or if you want to put it on the calendar for future.
Well, I think we can, if it comes up in the afternoon.
Yeah, it depends on,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got other,
Yeah.
We're just about done, right?
Oh, yeah, we have one slide.
We have one slide left, so our time is done. If you want to spend time with us here doing that, we're into it or not.
no, I mean, we can do that on, our own, so,
Great.
but, yeah.
With the next slide.
Yeah, we can, let's go ahead. Director Foran has stepped out, but you know, there's four, so actually don't put yet. What we want to do actually as our final step here is just help, again, there's some open questions. I have a little protocol, a compass protocol that uses a little mnemonic devices from the points on a compass to help just bring any lingering questions or thoughts, so that we can help plan next steps. So now, okay. So this idea is, for E, if you click one more time, we'd like to think if there's anything you are excited about using the new tool, start taking the next step. We'd love you to think about that. The next one is W, instead of West, it's worried about. Is there anything that you want to surface that you still have concerns over? Now's a great time to get it, so then next steps around that concern can be addressed. And then if you need any information, right, we'd love to hear about that as well. And the last one is suggestions. So why don't we take a minute here? If you want to write them down, we can record them verbally. Sometimes we use Post-it notes, and then that way it's really easy to take them and give them to superintendent and the team so that those next steps can be addressed. But if you want to just take and think about all that we just went through, if there's anything you're excited about, worried about, you need more information, it could be all of the above, by the way. And suggestions you have, we'd love to capture your thoughts. And if Director Proctor wants to put any in chats, that would be lovely too.
Able, so maybe you can share.
Or maybe share verbally, or even capture an email. Right,
I'm good, thank you. Appreciate the consideration.
Yeah, I want to make sure to capture you as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so let's just take a quick minute and then we're gonna ask your thoughts. There you go.
Copies from you. Actually, no, it's just here for you too. Wait, just waiting for it. That's why I don't have to check. It's supposed to be here any minute, but never works out. And by the way, this is Chief with that. He's the chief academic officer.
Nice to meet
And of course, he's coming into work today. Oh. Okay, well, the next class last night, he was heading home. I'm like, oh my God. Working hard, huh? Working hard. That's what we do.
So
I called you at night, I'm like, what's the next?
what you're reading here, just final thoughts.
Okay.
Just so to help my next steps. So if there's anything you're excited about with the process, worried about, need any more information, have any suggestions?
Are we just brainstorming or did we already go over it?
We have not
Yeah.
started talking, so.
We're going to great.
Oh, appreciate that.
I like this protocol.
You know who I learned this from? Miriam Mickelson.
Oh, how funny.
Isn't that right?
I love Miriam.
I love Miriam too, and
Yes.
she's like, can you, yeah, she was.
She's doing, so we're supposed to, me and Susanna Videos are supposed to take a road trip and visit her.
Oh.
And Oregon, we're really excited. So Miriam Mickelson is now superintendent of Eugene, and she wasn't super willing.
Yeah, no, but she is, I learned a ton from her.
Yeah, she's great.
Eugene, Oregon.
Yeah?
She's in Eugene, yeah, she lives in Cedro, yeah.
Yeah, no, she's lovely.
She's a lovely person.
You have to tell her I said hi, please.
I will,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. And let her know I still give her credit for
I'm gonna tell her.
that.
Nice citation.
I'm gonna tell her we're gonna look at the story of her.
Yeah. It's spreading like this. It's great. All right, does anyone need one more minute? All
And
right.
we do a Wells and Wonders protocol for instructional rounds, so this expands that a little.
It is a little bit, I find it really helpful. So, Director Hoppy, do you want to take us on?
I
Go
think-
around?
Yeah, I'll just maybe start with, it was exciting to learn about the different definition of the goals, and learning the differences. I'd say, if I'm worried about something, it would be, just come as a surprise if we're all in like a major disagreement on certain issues, but, hearing that hasn't been the case in the past, I'm not really that much worried, but, and then I think, needs more information. I think just need to do my homework, whether it's just looking at this, when sitting down and just reading through a little bit more broadly. And then suggestions, I would say, I don't know if I have any suggestions. I think what's been provided has been helpful, so yeah, I'll yield my time to.
Great, thanks for that. Yeah, Director.
Sure.
I don't like to use the word excited, I like to use the word enthusiastic.
Okay, that
So
works.
I'll use that word. I think that this is it seems like it's a good tool. It's a thought out tool. Worried about, that's another word I don't like, so I'll use the word concerned.
Okay.
Maybe just because we haven't used it. And there's always that little bit of apprehension. You step into something, needs more information, as I said. I think for me, it's just getting in there, doing it,
Okay.
learning by doing. And then suggestions, I think you guys did a good job in explaining it. So, I really don't have any suggestions to bolster, what you presented to.
Right, thank you.
So I think mostly that probably have already put out there, but I like this tool because it's gets more ties into the strategic plan, and so that we're kind of missing, and there's more objective measures that we can just immediately tie into, which is good. Obviously, we need to do some work around the getting all these meetings scheduled and actually doing the work, and then it'll be interesting to review that super evaluation tool. I guess probably don't set the expectations that we're going to use it this year, but because it's new, and I'm always a little leery for us about piloting something that I much prefer other people try the things and learn all the lessons, and
Seems
then we'll come in afterwards and clean, use it then. But I mean, it's conceptually, it's a good idea, but my background is in software, so I know how software works. When you first throw it out the first time, it usually doesn't, has lots of bumps. So, yeah.
Nice, thank you, thanks.
I'm just excited about doing it. I mean, the goals, the agenda setting, the research, everything, because at this point, I'm new, so. A little worried about it because again, I'm new. And just sitting down for the needs more information, just sitting down and actually looking at all this stuff that we have in front of us, which there's no suggestions because having a tool is narrowing it down. So thank you.
Good.
And I just want to thank all of you for taking this on because districts are a complex organization, they're multi-layered. So I appreciate all of us digging in and working together. Director Proctor, do you want to add anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, great.
All right, well, that concludes.
That's it.
Yeah, so thank you very much again for welcoming us so kindly. And if you have any questions, follow up as you dive into it, please reach out. We'll be happy to answer any questions and support you taking it on.
We have your email.
You're so good.
And if we need to bring you back too for a second, well, we can do that too as a team. What we're gonna do is, I don't know, we're gonna do official break.
Recess.
We will do official breaking.
Can you do a recess, please, for lunch?
Good break
The meeting.
for lunch, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a meeting at 2 that I gotta get to in Bellevue, so.
Okay, so I guess we'll go into recess
Yeah, we'll go to recess, yeah.
for lunch until.
What, 12:30, 12:30?
12:30.
Okay.
Oh, so you're getting.
Okay, yeah, so we're waiting for Angelina's, by the way, sandwiches. Okay, we'll text down and find out what the food is, but we'll take the break with, see, 12:45, 12:40? Or do I need to have a working lunch, 12:30, what do you wanna do?
12:30 would be great for me.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm
I'm
staying.
12:30 if he's got to leave.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do 12:30, all right, we're gonna break for 12:30, pause, okay?
Okay.
Mhm. All right.
You're going to want to pause the recording as well.
Okay, and I'm gonna go back to share to the board agenda. All right, I think everything's on. So we are going to resume our next session for the board meeting, dated, January 17, 2026, and it is now 12:33.
Okay, so, we have, I guess 3 items left on the agenda. One is to talk about the leases. The one after that is go through the handbook and documents, and then, the third one, we're gonna have the, president of our local teachers, Tupelo Education Association come in and, say hi. So, and I guess, Beck Forest is gonna probably leave around 1:30-ish. We're expecting the TA president about 2:30-ish. So I think what we'll do is, first of all, just to wrap up the last session, the superintendent evaluation. So the next, I guess we will get together at the next agenda meeting with the superintendent and schedule out, the time to fill in the rest of the goals for this new superintendent framework. And then, so yeah, talk about that at a future meeting, finish that up and get that going. And then also schedule the times actually for the superintendent evaluations during the course of the year.
Yes.
So the TSG leases, so just to get, this is, a lot of this information today is for familiarity with the new board members about what's going on. So the Tupelo School District owns a variety of properties inside the city that we lease out to primarily two entities. One is the pool, if we're familiar with the Tukwila Pool District, which we leased the land up there for which the pool is on. And then there's several other properties that the city of Tukwila leases from us as parks. So Foster Park, Duwamish Park, and there's a couple of others, I think. And the leases are typically, they're long-term leases, 20, 30, 40 years. And the reason this is kind of going to be coming up is, for example, the pool now wants to, do a major remodel of the pool and put a lot of money into that. And so they want to kind of extend the lease to a longer period of time to justify the expenditures that they're proposing to put in there. And so we've been in kind of negotiations with them. I think the current lease, I forget when it runs out, maybe 20 years or something. So to have a longer lease, there's we were starting to negotiate to just extend the lease, and then last legislative session, the legislature passed a law that said, well, if you're in binding, if the school district is in binding condition, you could actually sell a property and then use it for operating expenses, which is normally you can't do that. If you sell a property, you have to use it for capital in our capital budget. So we have, it's probably familiar, we have for budget general fund, we have the capital projects fund, we have the debt service fund, which is used to pay off the bonds, and then the ASB or Associated Student Body Fund, which is the other fund that we manage. Mostly the students manage that one, but anyway, there's 4 of them. And so when that law came up, the pool kind of district thought, oh, well, maybe we'd rather buy the property. Since then, of course, we've come out of binding conditions, so that law doesn't apply to us. And the last board, we had a vote. So the pool district gave us a proposal to buy the property, and the last board decided, no, we don't want to sell the property. The issue associated with selling the property is that it goes completely out of the control of the school district. And this particular property is sitting right in the middle of our main campus. And so to sell that property forever just doesn't, then we lose control and who knows what happens to it. And, we didn't want to be in that position. So, that was, now the pool has undergone, I think their chair of their board is turning over. And so we're kind of waiting for them to react to that one way or the other. We did, the other part of the issue with the pool is the parking. So, we share the parking lot up there is shared between our facilities, the gym and the Performing Arts Center and the pool. And there become, issues if everybody's doing a lot of activities all at the same time. How do you manage? And typically there's overflow parking and so forth. So we gotten to the point where we had an agreement on how to handle the parking between who is going to be responsible, and we have the school district, the service center has some parking areas which could be opened up. Typically we close those during the weekends, but it could be opened up if the pool had need for some extra parking, and there's agreements about how that would work, and that got negotiated. But the one thing that was still outstanding was, should the school district be getting any rental revenue from the lease? So the current lease is with basically with the city for the parks is like $1 a year. So it's, de minimis. nothing, or just kind of not getting any revenue from that. Now with the pool, we had a little different agreement that they were gonna pay us something, but then there was an agreement to, offset that if the school district was to use it for our PE classes or something, then that would, offset it. That never really worked. I don't think we ever really billed for that. So anyway, the whole issue of, rental amount is still kind of up in the air. If they want to renegotiate the pool lease for, another 40 years or whatever, if they want to do that, we're still kind of waiting for whether the district wants to do that. They do have the option of, they could, try and buy another piece of property somewhere and put the pool on it, and, that's within their right to do that. So, anyway, we're kind of waiting to see where they're going to go on that. And then we need to decide kind of what's the philosophy about lease rates. Now, to provide some history, a lot of these $1 a year leases were negotiated like 40, 50 years ago, a long time ago, when the finances of the school districts in general were quite different. There was generally pretty amply funded school districts, so could potentially afford to do that with an asset. Now that the financing system for the state has changed quite a bit, we're lacking a lot of funding. And so the question becomes, and this is kind of a question where we're going to need to come to today we won't come to a decision. This is just background information so you all know what's going on. But, is that the same kind of philosophy that we want to have going forward? I was looking at we have a policy on rental properties, which maybe I brought with me.
Was that 6112?
Yeah, 6112. And it talks about, the district may establish the minimum acceptable, bid based upon fair market value. So that's not something that we've ever done in the past, but that was a pretty new policy since these $1 a year,
What page are you referencing?
That one is on the agenda in the board docs.
And so one of the discussions that as a board we'll need to have is, how do we want to handle the requests for renewals of these long-term leases? So it applies to the pool. It also applies, so the city is coming back and they want a new lease negotiated with a couple of their parks. One is Foster Park, which is the big, huge area over on the other side of the freeway there, and then Duwamish Park as well. The reason they want to extend that lease is because they've got some grants to put in some major structural improvements to those parks.
They did that with the wish.
Yeah, and they want some guarantee that, they'll be able to keep that for a longer period of time. And so, so if we're going to renegotiate these leases, as a board, we need to kind of provide some guidance to the superintendent about, do we want to continue with this, $1 a year lease, or do we want something more than that? I will say with the lease on the city parks, a few years ago, we kind of said, okay, we want to at least recover all our costs from that. So the district is exempt from property taxes. However, about, a dozen years or so ago, the city implemented a stormwater runoff tax, which is separate from property taxes. And so we were having to pick up that charge. And so we put in the contracts, I think at that point that we were supposed to get that pay from the city. And I don't know whether we ever, invoiced them for that or not, but, you know, there's one, side of this that said, well, if we're gonna lease our property, at least we shouldn't be recovering any costs we have associated with it. That's kind of number one. And then number two is, you know, is this dollar a year lease, is that, you know, acceptable now? Or do we want to have something, at least do a market analysis of, you know, so the first question is kind of in terms of some kind of direction to Dr. Pedrosa is, do we at least want to have somebody do a market analysis to find out, you know, what the market would cost? Now, you know, whether we would want to try and negotiate for that particular amount, you know, there's a lot of considerations. I mean, this is community benefit, is the park, and, you know, and, you know, I was looking at for example, we have, the other way to look at this, we have we rent our facilities. So our classrooms and our performing arts center and, you know, athletic facilities, and the schedule that we have for that, for example, is broken down into different groups. It depends on who wants to, you know, who wants to rent it. We have different rates. So if it's a school or child group related or other government agency, there's a lower fee. And if it's a nonprofit group, there's a little higher. And if it's adult group, it's a little higher. And if it's a commercial enterprise, then it's even higher. So we have this kind of principle that, you know, if we're, you know, renting out our facility, it depends on, you know, who we rent it to, and to have different rates. So now we've not applied that to leasing, long-term leasing of any of our properties, but, you know, that kind of principle could be applied potentially. Although the only two, like I said, the only two groups that have interest in doing long-term leases are the city of Tukwila in terms of the parks, and then the pool district for the pool property. So all this to just provide some context for you all, as we'll, you know, we're not, and, you know, the process of negotiating leases, we don't do that in a public meeting. That's done by the superintendent, and then we discuss it in executive session and all that. But just to set out, if there's information that you all want about this, I think was included with this. Our facilities manager did a look at kind of what other districts were doing around leasing of properties, and she came back with, it looks like the other districts that she looked at, comparative long-term leases, typically no lease fee, and then, you know, the city or whatever assumes full responsibility for operations, maintenance, and management. That's another key part of it. Obviously, if we're going to lease it out, you know, then the leasee is supposed to take care of, you know, we have no obligations for maintenance of it and so forth. So that was her analysis. Now, again, you know, the financial situation of school districts in general has changed in recent years. And so the question is, you know, do we want to get something more than just, essentially nothing in terms of a lease rate, or not? So I guess if you guys have any questions about that, or, you know, are there other, like I said, we're not going to, you know, set a policy or negotiate anything here, but if there's information that you want, then now's the time to kind of ask that, and then the superintendent can work on getting the information so that we'll have enough information to make a good decision on that.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was gonna say, we created also a file in Word docs for this board so that you can see all the past. So we're gonna divide it up by the pool and then the city of Tupelo property, which are two different entities. And so the Tupelo pool, we have their PowerPoint, the previous memo based on our analysis, and then also a market analysis. So we did do a market analysis on that property. On the city of Tukwila, since it was new, we only have the lease agreements, and then we did a little analysis about what could be next steps. And that's all in the document for you. But on the record here, we have all of our lease agreements up here for the record. But the memos and the analysis are inside the Google folder.
Yeah, and I kind of glanced through them just ever so slightly. I still have to do a deep dive into it.
I know there's a lot there. There's a big, it's a big file.
It is a big file, and,
Yeah.
and once you start breaking it down, I definitely see where my gaps in knowledge
Yeah.
are. So I guess where the dollar a lease year is where I'm kind of getting a little confused, because looking at what we have here for the lease, from that 16 to 20 year range is in the 12,676. Is that different from this dollar a year lease, or is this just broken down based upon costs?
Say that again.
So
Which one are you looking at?
the overall lease information.
Oh, this is for the pool.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so the pool is different from the
parts of the dollar a year.
the parks, which is $1 a year. And, part of this thing is, there should be probably some consistency between those two.
Yeah.
And then the pool's asking for that as well.
Yeah,
Right, they're
right.
asking for consistency as well, like, well, we're being charged this, So I think that's the big question is, so the question is now we have this opportunity to talk about it because the city of Tukwila is saying, we want to renew our leases with you.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we still want to renew it? It's for just $1, is that what the goal? We do, so the answer is, we have been paying for some of those extra taxes, so we do have to recoup that money. And then the other question is, what is a fair market value? So we actually also put in your Google document folder, interlocal agreements in other districts, so you could do some comparison. So that this isn't the time to do that, but in your time, when you have a time to look in there, believe we have Renton's in there, we have Highline, I believe. But there's about 4 to 5 districts in there, so that you can see what other districts are doing for their interlocal agreements and how they're leveraging that with their city partners. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and the other part is, when you think about, fair market value, that usually assumes kind of a landlord-tenant relationship, which means usually the landlord is responsible for maintenance and so forth. So, obviously, in the case of the city parks, where if they're doing all the maintenance, then we wouldn't be charging a full
Yeah.
market value. But is there some other number, greater than one that
Yeah.
could be?
Well, and part of the agreements, because it's interesting, there's also things to consider like student usage, right? Or those kinds of things. And are we doing that? And then not to get at, and I think also when you have turnover, is that clear to everybody? So that's the other piece is everything, is the agreement on what both sides are supposed to be doing. Is that clear to all parties as well? So-
Okay, and then is this cost analysis going to be done by Amy, or is this going
Yeah,
to
we
be
would,
done?
when we did the market analysis before with the can't talk today, pool district, I think I was doing tech too much. When we did the market, we actually pulled in a realtor. We have a realtor that we work with, and so we do the cost analysis through a professional.
Understood.
I got a question. Go ahead.
I was just saying very quickly, in regards to these leases, before we jump on that, I think it's worth saying that, those that set those properties aside, probably 80, 90 years ago, I suspect, was very thoughtful that they were looking forward to the future. And I attend council meetings regularly. And we've seen a lot of changes in the district or in the city of Tukwila as far as zoning. Yeah, we know we have the light rail down here, and that whole neighborhood down there is not zoned any longer for single family.
Yeah.
It's upzoned. They're talking about building a new light rail station down there in the Allentown neighborhood. That will upzone that area down there. They've also created where you could have these auxiliary dwelling units throughout the city. I mean, literally across the street, you could have 2. So we are looking at, in the future, very likely a much higher increased population. in the city.
Absolutely, yes. And
And
that's that was a
it's
source
a
of.
huge issue.
Yeah, it's a huge issue, and so one of the clauses that became a point of contention, regarding, the conversation between the pool district and us, and I'm not saying it is one for city of Tukwila, but that right to capture language was a critical component, right? If we're gonna invest, so the question is, if we're gonna invest all this money to improve this property, you know, it's kind of like this, the renter saying, you know, when you think about an apartment, well, I'm adding a room, I'm doing all of this stuff. And then the landlord's like, yeah, but it's still my property and if I need it in 5 years, because my son moves back home and he needs a place to live, I have to take it back.
Yep.
That's the issue, and we could be, even in 20 years, 10 years.
Yes,
Be in a position where we have to build a new middle school, or we have to build another elementary school. So that's the part of the interest for the district that we have to worry about as our population changes and shifts as well. And so I think that's all things that the pool was considering when they made their decisions, and same with the city of Tukwila. So that's why if we say yes, in good faith, we want to do this for another 50 years or 60, however many years they say, maybe 100 years, I don't know what they're asking for, but we just have to make sure that whatever we do, and we could just say, yes, $1 a year until, or maybe like increase it over time, every 5 years. I don't know what we decide or what's reasonable, but I think as long as the city understands and is okay with, I'm okay too, is if they say, oh, let's just continue, because we don't have use for it right now, because right now we're gonna be putting on, I put a memo to the board in October, when I first year here, is putting a levy in bond to replace Cascade Views building, which would actually then give us more capacity. If we build it and rebuilt it, it would give us more capacity. So that's one way you can build capacity too, but it won't be the long term as things start rising up higher and more, in 10 years or even 15 years, that might not even be capacity for us either. But I think the big question is, what is the amount fair market value that's reasonable between interlocal agencies and governmental agencies, because it's different than a private sector. That's one. And then how we work through, if we have a long-term lease agreement, just an understanding that the district may need to have a plan for a property 15, 20 years down the road.
So I think that's actually state law.
Yeah.
That school districts cannot
Yeah.
rent out property without having a recapture clause
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
contract. Now, the reality of it is, however, for example, at Foster, that big park over there, I mean, the political aspect of that, if the school district said, we're gonna take that back and build a school there, you don't think that neighborhoods would come screaming and yelling that you can't take your park away from us. And that's just, it's just a consideration to take into reality. It would be a very politically difficult thing to take parks
Yeah.
back from people,
Yeah.
but, that's the
That's
world.
the game.
I want to go on and say though, that I actually think that we're very fortunate
Yep.
that the city is
Yep.
taking care of these.
Oh, yeah, very fortunate.
If we
Yeah.
had to pay for the
Yeah.
insurance,
Yeah.
the upkeep, the maintenance, the
Yeah.
stormwater,
Yeah.
and all these different costs that are
Yeah.
associated with vacant land.
Yeah.
You can imagine the amount, if we couldn't keep a close eye on them, the amount of homeless encampments,
Right.
drug
All
activities.
cleanup, all of it,
Yeah.
and so
We
we're
go
very
bankrupt.
thankful. Yeah,
So
we're
I
very
consider-
thankful.
Yeah, I consider us very fortunate. The
Yeah,
city
no, I
has
do
stepped
too.
up there.
Yeah.
So I am not of the mind that I'd like to see us take the city over a barrel on this.
No, I don't
think
think
they
so
owe us costs.
Yeah.
There's no question on that.
Yeah.
But I reach out and I'm grateful to the city of Tukwila
Yeah.
for managing that for the
Yeah.
community.
And we agree.
I guess the question in terms of process, the agreement said it's extended to 2051. So my understanding is that you're saying the city is coming to,
They want a longer term is my understanding. They want to refresh and make, with a guarantee, because part of their, it was a case in both, they're looking for grant funding to do the enhancements,
Okay.
and part of the requirements of their grant funding is, requires, some lease
changes or some more commitments from us to say, yes, we want you here.
Which then brings us right back to where I began the conversation about, if we do extend these leases
Mhm.
and we do get into these situations where we start having a growth in student population, I think the district needs to keep its options open to be able to go back to that land, even though I understand the community wouldn't particularly love it, but to be able to build a school there or whatever it might be. I don't like the idea of leasing these things out for 50 years, because in 50 years, we'll all be long gone.
Yeah.
And if we've set the plan that will cause difficulty for future school boards, we're not gonna be remembered fondly.
Right.
Well, that's, yeah, even if it's a 40-year lease, it has the recapture clause there that
It
says.
has to have those there.
Right.
And then Mike, so I think the ask for, so what we're gonna do is for the end of the month, we've invited, so this is why we're giving you access to these documents. So we don't have to make any decisions today, but so we've invited the city of Tukwila back to present at the end of this month. So the board meeting at the end of this month on Tuesday, the 27th, I believe. They're gonna be coming back to do their presentation. And so what I need to know from all of you is at some point, if you wanna just do an extension, easy peasy, right? If you wanna maybe think about raising the rent a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, or put some other parameters in the extension of a lease agreement, then I need to know from you what you need me to do. So if I need to bring in a market analysis, I need to know that.
It's gonna be tight for getting it to the 27th. I mean.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
busy, but-
And it's gonna be tight, but that's why having some access now to the documents and then listening to the presentation from the city of Tukwila, hearing what the ask is. And I am actually, where you told them, I'm happy to write the letter, I'm happy to write the letter of support for the grant and do all of that, because you're right, they have been very good partners to us, and they're strong partners for this community, and having parks is a vital component of a healthy community. So I've already assured them that I will support them. The only question for me as the superintendent is, if we do a renewal of the lease negotiation, I need to know from the board, what are the parameters you want me to bring, what data or information you need me to bring back to you, so that you can have a healthy discussion about that. So if you want a rental market analysis, I did do the research on all of the interlocal agreements. So before the board meeting, if you could at least look at what other cities do. There's some that probably do a $1 clause. There's some that do more, like $50 or $100, whatever. So look at those. And then when we can set some reasonable terms and talk to them about whatever the lease agreement is. It's funny, one of the things I've told, I think I said this to you, Dave, is I never thought in a million years that I would actually be a superintendent negotiating property values. Million years, but that's all I've been doing this year. And I think, but I'm happy, now I know what to do, because we did that for the full district information. So what I need to know from the board is where you'd like me to proceed. And if it's just like, we just gonna extend it, Concy, we're just gonna extend it as is, good to know, then we'll do it. And if we like the language the way it is, but if you're like, no, we wanna know more, like, what is the market value? We need to know more, then I'm happy to get that.
Yeah, we should definitely get more information on the market value and get the data that we need to actually formulate moving forward.
So for me, it's the philosophical thing too is, which government agency has responsibility for which functions?
Yeah.
So, we as a school district don't have responsibility for community recreation parks.
No.
That's the city does. So the city should probably be, it seems to, and this is a balance thing. I agree 100% that they've been a great partner, and our costs, if we didn't win, it would be much, much higher.
Yeah.
But is there a sweet spot, to get a little bit more? Because, as a school district, we're responsible for providing, the best education for our students. And we know there's a lot of money coming up short on a lot of areas, which was different from 40, 50 years ago. And so is it time to rebalance a little bit and get a little more money from the city for the park, and find kind of sweet
I
spot.
respectfully disagree.
Yeah, oh, sure.
Or if we wanna do an adjusted rate based on the market value, there's lots of things to
Exactly.
consider, right?
Yeah.
Because, what's happened is we've just
left it $1 for the last 100.
And that's again,
50 years, 20 years, whatever.
I do love the fact that we're bringing up, future boards and everything else. We have to consider what's coming up, and especially with rising costs everywhere. It would be good to have at least a little bit more information so we can meet them in the middle of where it's not going to hurt the city and it's not going to hurt us.
No, because the city is so over budget right now.
Yes, they are.
Millions and millions of dollars, $6-7 million over budget. So what we're gonna be doing is we're just passing the costs
That's
from
fair.
one hand to the next hand.
Yeah.
And as I said, I don't think that's the right solution. As I said, I look at it as those parks are a crucial part of the enjoyment of the community.
Yes.
Granted, I do look at it from the school district perspective, but I see it from the standpoint that we're not having to pay the cost of maintaining that property.
Yes.
And
Is there a
so-
cost analysis as far as what the city will provide for?
We can get that for you. We've
That would
done
be
that before too. So repeat that again. So I just make sure I capture exactly what you said.
If there could be a cost analysis as far as the upkeep and
Upkeep.
maintenance, and to Dave Larson's point about
Taxes.
any taxes
Yeah.
or rainwater runoffs, taxes, I don't know what the.
We just need more information.
Yeah.
It might be helpful information to.
And I think we're all in agreement that our costs that the school district is paying for that property or has to pay needs to be reimbursed by the city. I don't think there's anything.
And I think it wouldn't hurt to do a market analysis too anyway,
Yeah.
as part of that information gathering, because regardless, I think it'll help even for now, for like, let's say 10 years, the board is interested so they can do some comparison,
Yes.
right?
The other consideration that has been brought up before is people will say, well, it's all the same taxpayers on those, so what difference does it matter where it's coming from, school district, city?
Yeah,
The answer is, first of all, that's not true. The school district has a different set of taxpayers. The city is a much bigger tax base than, and the pool district is a much bigger tax base. So there's a Venn diagram, there's a big overlap there, but it's not the same, not 100% the same. So that's the other kind of potential argument for maybe the city kicking in a little bit.
Yeah, and it's again, to your point, we don't want to kick any sort of funding down the road. We want to make sure it's like, I'm brand new at this, but I still got to look at a lot of data. I still think that it'd be a good idea for us to just have it on file. Like you said, if we continue 10 years down the road, the next board, it's like, oh, hey, here's this new data. Now we can redo this lease if we just continue as is. But I think this is a good place to start, and then we can go from there.
Well, obtaining the data, I can understand the point there. As I said, if we start going down that road, as I said, I pay taxes. I hope the rest of you pay taxes as well
Mhm.
for both the district and the city.
Yep.
I don't think that's the best way to be. No.
But I also am brand new and want to make sure I'm covering all bases.
And I can understand the obtaining more data.
Okay, so that's all we were looking for today. There's some additional data that Dr. Josie can get.
Yeah, I'm actually sending.
And then we'll have
to the team.
further discussions on, how we want to set the parameters for negotiations on the.
Perfect.
Okay, so the next item is, the board handbook and documents review, and so this was something that was developed by the last board, and Debbie Core did a lot of kind of work on this. They're trying to put together hopefully in one place. We had a kind of collection documents all over the place, and so tried to put as much of them as possible. And this is the right time to kind of take a review. The old board reviewed it as much, but the best time to review it is when new people are coming in and seeing if it meets the needs or if there's other questions. And plus, there's a number of documents in here that are kind of operating agreements, and I guess those included as annexes. The principles. So the question is kind of, first of all, on the you should put those in the appendix, I guess. The operating agreements and expectations, superintendent expectations, and kind of reviewing all that kind of stuff to see if anybody has, first of all, questions or those, a lot of that, I mean, can be changed.
Yeah.
If we want, if there's things that we want to change in here.
Going through this, I kind of, I haven't gotten a chance to highlight and go through and write on the physical copy, but I read it online. I mean, it's a really good starting point, especially on page 27, the new board orientation. Just going through this and understanding all of these different checklists is good. I didn't really see anything else that we can really add, but again, I need more time with it. It's like a lot of good information.
Yeah, I mean, you can always bring stuff up, you know, it's like every month we have director reports as you find things, you know, I don't understand this or whatever, then you can bring it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm just gonna say, I think it's an excellent document. I was very, very impressed. It's, strikes me as professional. It's not long-winded, but it's concise. It's to the point. I mean, I really have a nice one. Very nice.
I guess one of the questions is around the meeting structure. So we typically have 2 meetings a month. One of them, the first one's a work session, goes from like 3 to 6, and then the other one is the regular meeting, business meeting, that goes from 6 to 8 or 9. And the work session sometimes gets turned into a regular meeting that goes from 6 to 8, depending on if there's some things. So the difference between a work session and a regular meeting is the work session, we don't take actions, formal actions at, and then the regular meetings. So sometimes there's a need to do an action before the regular meeting comes up, and so we have to reschedule that. But the question is, I know there's, you know, a couple of you that work, and is the 3 o'clock time, you know, workable? Do we need to potentially, I mean, the original, we used to have both of them starting at 6, and we kind of changed the last board because they could accommodate it, and also it was for the staff, you know, we're trying to get so less time with the staff that had to stay till, you know, 8
Because of the school improvement, the teachers and the principals.
yeah, and all that. So
And then more.
it was kind of an attempt to, you know, make it a little easier for the staff to work it in. But anyway, so I guess it's,
Yeah,
you need to be,
my preference was maybe 30 minutes would be nice.
okay, or, yeah,
Or something.
Dr. Doz's just
You know,
maybe
but-
starting at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or 4:30? I mean, we can adjust because now we have people who actually have work at certain times. I mean, that's important,
Yeah.
right? Your job's important, and we have more flexibility from the last board, so. So are we talking, so this is the structure, just to share the rationale.
Yeah.
Before, what they did is they had, I think you guys had retreat, you used to even have retreats every weekend, like once a month too, didn't you?
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that story, I'm like, what?
So over the years, we've done a variety of things to
Yeah.
try and compress the meetings so they don't
Yeah.
go so long, it's just for the benefit of the
So the
board and also
purpose-
the staff.
Yeah, the purpose of the work sessions, the way we structured it since I've been here, so I'm gonna go through that, is there's only work sessions. Because I think my belief is the district is only as strong as you talk about instruction. So a lot of board meetings tend to talk about nuts and bolts and operations, but not a lot about instruction. I mean, they do, but conversations around instruction are really critical. So we decided to move the work sessions to be focused on instruction. We reserve one though to be all about the budget, mid-year, kind of like check-in about budget and HR, especially as we start planning for next year. So what we did is summers, so we can think that, so you know, when school closes out, between June and September are just board meetings. So we just do only board meetings during those times. So the second and fourth Tuesday of the month are board meetings. Those will always start at 6 o'clock just for consistency. The work sessions, we place them strategically October, I believe November, and then January, because we have winter breaks, we don't do it in January, December, but January through May, so there's like 5 to 6 sessions. One of them's reserved for HR and finance, because we think that is critical mid-year to talk about where we're headed, labor, all of those conversations. And then the other ones are all reserved for school improvement plan. We do add other topics as needed. So the first
fall is always like reviewing the previous year's data, because we don't get it back from the state, as Director Larson said, till sometimes September, October. So we want to make sure when we're presenting to you our progress for the whole year, we're giving you all of the data in one lump sum. And Scott's, I'm nodding at Scott. Scott's the one usually coming in and doing the big presentation around, this is how we did all year, which some of you saw because you were here. So that was in the fall. Starting in January to May, that is for the schools to shine and come in and also share where they might be struggling. So that's their opportunity. Every month you can expect a school to come and present. And then Chief Whitbeck will also be adding tie-in to one of the goals, like assessing one of our goal areas like he did. So like we just went through that framing. That's the purpose of the work sessions. And we wanted those to feel safe. And we know that's a lot of learning for folks. So we wanted them to be really conversational, because our goal is to make sure the schools and the staff and all of you build relationships around kids, around the information. And the goal is that all of us are taking a teaching and learning stance. We're all learning about the work, what's happening in schools. And then because you're the ones that have to approve curriculum or program decisions, so that you can see a through line, right? From, okay, we made this decision about a math curriculum. Okay, and then I heard the presentation from Sue Rieger about math at Showalter. And if you take that opportunity to go visit Sue Rieger at Showalter for the instructional round, you get to see in the classroom the math curriculum at Showalter, right? And you get to see ML kids there. So I think then you can see like, oh, I made this move around curriculum. This is how it plays out around the school improvement plan, and this is how it plays out in the classroom. So you can see that through line. So that's the intention. I know you can't go to all the schools, but if even you can visit one in those instructional rounds, which Scott will invite you to moving forward, it'll help you see that through line. So when you're making big critical decisions around program and services and instruction, you can see how this all plays out day to day. So that's the purpose of those conversations. I still think it'd be great to continue that, but our staff is open to any time. So what works for you, Director Papian?
I think just to share, I mean, anything after 3:30 would be
Okay.
preferable.
Should we say 4 PM to start and see?
Is that fine with everyone?
How about you,
I
Director?
was thinking 4:30. Our meetings usually are about 3 hours. Is that right?
Yeah,
Roughly?
there could
And that
be
would
more
get us out.
than 3 hours, yes.
Okay, that would get us out at 7:30.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be a late night or something like that. Plus, the traffic. I
Yeah.
can tell you about the
Yeah.
traffic.
yeah,
Yeah, 30 minutes is tough, especially on that football
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, I mean, 4:30 is fine.
And
Okay.
it's gonna give you a chance to go to the restroom or
Okay.
buy an apple or something like that.
so I think we can move that, so what we'll have to do is put a motion in at the next board meeting, so we have it's a board meeting, so we'll put it as a motion. And so, Dave, I'll ask Deb to add that to the agenda so that you can all take a motion and vote for the new time for the work session.
And if there's ever a time where the teachers need to be involved, I'm sure we can
Yeah.
shift things around.
Yeah, so I think that's just the idea.
Okay, I've already let-
We need to make special accommodation for a staff member that says, I can't present because this and that,
Yeah.
you know.
I've already let my new work know that I'm doing this, so.
The principals know way ahead of time when they're supposed to be there,
Oh,
so they'll be
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
The principals know, so they will be fine. They actually even come sometimes to the 6 PM board meeting, so it's not, they'll adjust. So we'll make it 4:30. I'll put a motion in, and then Dave, or however we do this, I'll make sure to have it put it for the January 27th, so we can do well, it would be under action item, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know that we ever voted on this.
Do we, I think
I
when
think
you
it's
vote for the calendars and when you vote for the
the
calendars.
calendars, yeah.
But
Yeah.
the times are included in that, that's what I was wondering,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll ask if we have to, if we don't have to, we'll just move it to
Right.
4:30. How about
We
that?
do have to.
I know on Monday, or Tuesday, because there's no work on school on Monday. Oh, by the way, I know this is a sidebar thing, since it's a conversation. No school on Monday, City Year is gonna be, I shared that with you, but next weekend is Hadestown, is our big drama production. I'm excited to see it, so just let me know, just go to Foster Friday or Saturday night, or Sunday, I'm putting it live online.
I'm definitely,
Hadestown,
Aiden told us, I think last year around one of the meetings.
Yeah, he's super, they've been working, and now we have two student board directors who are on, in the Hades Township, two of them, so, because we just selected the new one. Yeah, she will get sworn in on the 27th, so, all right, good.
Was she able to make that one?
She's gonna come on the 27th, we're swearing in, yeah, she confirmed.
Cool.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a busy night. Get out here and make 10 o'clock again. All right.
If there's no particular question, there's a few things that came up I just want to kind of put out there for people. So Dr. Rosa mentioned curriculum adoption. So as a board, yeah, we do approve curriculum changes. Now, you know, the thing too that we've always done with that, you know, none of us are curriculum experts. And so what we have always looked for is, you know, kind of did they go through a good process to select that curriculum? And that's the only time in my time on the board that we've ever overturned a curriculum is when they didn't do a good process. They didn't, there was one time where the elementary writing, they didn't actually consult everybody and didn't have a good process. So, you know, we said no, and they went back and redid it and came back to a different curriculum in that case. But, you know, there are, you know, we don't, you know, like there's situations like the Seattle School Board once turned down, you know, the math curriculum.
Yes,
from
I
the
was
staff.
there.
And
And I was
you know,
over.
it wasn't because the process was bad, it was just they disagreed, you know, and
It was, I can tell you what happened. It was the several board members heard from their teachers in their community that they
Yeah.
liked the other curriculum better.
yeah.
Even though there was a consensus that this was it was a political thing. It
So
was-
anyway, just to be clear, we don't need to be an expert in, you know, the curriculum, we depend on our staff to do that.
Yeah.
So, but we do have that and
Yeah,
it's
and
about-
there's coming up a big curriculum adoption. We have we have an instructional committee that actually is working on that, curriculum council, and literacy adoption is a big deal. So they're going through the process right now where they're gonna identify a curriculum to be piloted next year. And then from that pilot, we will then make a recommendation to the board about, and probably the committee members will come and present with you. And we'll make a recommendation to the board about the curriculum to be adopted in, because we haven't had one in a while. Well, we do have one. It kind of, anyway, long story, but we do have one that it got kind of like, there's some issues with it. So we are now ready to launch into a new curriculum, K-8, it'll be a K-8 curriculum.
Can I ask a question to Scott on that? Now, are you going out to state agency to help devise curriculum, or is it the government, is government level? Well, what we do, I'm not saying that you're just taking and photocopying it, but is there standards that come in?
No, thank you for asking that. What we do is we start with, reach out to a couple sources, trying to get as much information about different publishers, packages and materials, so we can at least use those for initial screening. The main source we go to is OSPI, the state agency. On their website, they've already pre-screened like all the major publishers for a variety of subject areas. So we went to their English Language Arts, ELA website. We did some screening based on, well, they indicated, how is this for language learners? How is this for representation of the community, you know, and then you get a score, so you can pick from those which ones in your community is most important. Then we picked maybe altogether like 10, I think, because there were a lot. Then the Curriculum Council has been working on with a specific rubric of the look fors, scoring. They each have taken a few publishers each and have scored them based on this rubric by looking through the website on the materials. Then the committee looks at, in fact, we're doing this first Monday of February is our next meeting to try to firm up what are our 3 publishers, K-8, we're going to pilot. And that will be the ones we have teachers who will pilot those. So we do, and sometimes we go up, also input from our teachers, those of us who have friends in other districts who have used the publishers to see what is it, what beyond what the publisher tells you is great about their product, what are we hearing from educators? Yeah. So that goes together in the decision process. So that's one of the reasons the process is not fast, because we know it's an expenditure of, you know, $500,000. So we want to make sure the taxpayers are getting money's worth, that we have a really good product and process.
Perfect answer.
Yeah, so OSPI has been pressured at various points to recommend curriculum, and they back off from that.
Yeah.
But they do set the learning standards are set by OSBI,
Yeah.
the standards, not the curriculum. So you can go look up all the learning standards, the reading standards, the math standards, but they don't recommend curriculum.
And the standards are getting refreshed, and so
Yes.
they're getting aligned, actually, which is a great thing, to the ELD standards, which are the English learning standards for the mentally ill learners. So we're excited about that, so the teachers don't have to like hunt all over, they can actually have one place where all the standards are aligned, so.
And I don't think, does OSBI actually say, here's a list of curriculum that meets our standards?
They have a certain indicators they look for in their screening, and when you click on the website, you can see Mifflin. It might say the hyphen is blonde, or if it's not highlighted, that means we have to dig deeper. Does that mean it just wasn't rated the highest, or was it just poor? We don't know until we go dig into. So that's what triggers us on what we researched in the materials. So what they do is just basically list what's out there of well-reputed publishers.
Okay, so they do some
They
evaluation.
do the initial basic screening.
Okay.
So we wouldn't
Okay.
get something on there that is just homemade and, in my home office yesterday. It's publishers who are known for having science-based, balanced reading programs.
Yeah, because I know that's been an issue for many years. Wouldn't it be nice if OSBI would do this evaluation process? But it's a balance between every district has a little different needs, and so.
When every state is run, some state agencies totally control all the aspects of schooling.
Right.
And we have the state of Washington has a mixed approach.
Right.
There's some aspects they do control and others they don't.
Right. So the other thing I just want to talk a little bit about, so, because some of this has been confused a little bit. So we have a process that's in here under board questions. So when you'll notice when Deb puts out the meeting notice, there's a link in there for board questions. And so the philosophy behind that is, if you review the material and, you have some questions that come up, you can, put them into the Google Doc in advance for a couple of reasons. One is if there's a question, you can ask the question obviously during the meeting, of course, but if it's a question that maybe requires a little research, it's a good advance notice for the staff that they can then go out and do the research, because otherwise, if you ask a question that they haven't researched, then they'll just say, well, I'll get back to you. Well, if they knew in advance, they could just go ahead and get the answer for you right then. So that's, and we don't, we've had a philosophy that for work sessions, so the process is, we need to get our questions, the board, if you have any questions in by, the beginning of Monday. So the agenda comes out on Friday, and we have a couple days to review it and come up with any questions, and then get them in there by, 7 a.m. on Monday, which then gives the staff Monday and to provide some answers, which then Deb sends back to us, before the Tuesday meeting, so we can see. And sometimes, recently I've been the one that's doing all the questions, and so then, either my question's answered and I don't need to bring it up at the meeting, because, this is part of the process. We're trying to kind of compress the time we spend in meetings. And so if we can get the question out there and the answer, and these are all public documents, so anybody can look at it, but then it helps kind of compress the meeting a little bit, so we don't have to spend so much time doing the meeting. And so anyway, that's kind of the philosophy behind it. And we've always said, if the staff person can't get the meeting or can't get all the information together on Monday, it's okay. They can bring the question or the answer to the Tuesday meeting, also. So if you don't get an answer right away, they usually do a really good job of getting those answers to us on Monday, but occasionally there'll be something that they say, well, I need to read, and that's fine too. But the goal of this is just to kind of speed up the process and get the information to us quicker. So, yeah, like I say, other board members recently have not been using that facility, but it's there, and hopefully you can use it in that vein.
Yeah, I haven't utilized it yet, but for sure, I think it's just timing of it. I'll make sure to enter more questions in there. I mean, it's a useful tool, so.
Yeah, it just, again, it's one of those things that a long time ago, for example, we used to have presentations. You notice in our agenda, we have, questions only presentation. And we used to have them come in and do the presentation. And so what would happen is, we spend a lot of time then walking through the PowerPoint and, we all could read.
Yeah.
And so why should we be wasting our time doing that? But it does presume that, we're going to do the homework before the meeting. And so then we can speed up the meeting. And that, we used to have meetings that go like 3 or 4 hours because people would just be going through and reading their PowerPoint slides, which doesn't really help us at all. So anyway, that's the whole philosophy, just so you're aware of why that is the way it is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And Deb, I just want to let you know too. So I just emailed Deb regarding the vote. We do have to take a vote to change the time to 4:30.
Okay.
So she's going to put it on the agenda.
Okay.
And then, this is the handbook. I'm just putting on, Deb, I stepped away, so I guess I need to be, putting these things up.
I just wanted to say back to the board process question, once all the questions are answered, those questions get broken down by section on the agenda and they go back into the agenda under each topic so that others, the public, can see the questions and the answers.
Yeah. Did you hear her, what she said? Oh, what she said is that when you answer what happens with the questions is, so on Friday before board meeting, and I shared this already with all of you at the last board meeting. So the Friday before the meeting, the Deb Core will send an email to all of you. And I think I've included her in the chat group just so she can let you know it's coming. So you should get an email before 4 p.m. on Friday, which says, here are all the agenda items, here's the board docs, here's the attachments to all of the pieces. They'll be already uploaded. You can access all of that and the questions. You can review the materials over the weekend at your leisure. And you can then input, if you have a question, let's say you're looking at a report on, I'm going to say math, we use the theme of math today, since that's the state goal anyway. You have a question on math, something around related to the math presentation or another presentation. If you have a question that you really want them to address, you put that question in the questions. So Dave's done that pretty regularly. Sometimes his question might be your question or somebody else may have asked your question, so you can just leave it. What happens is then Monday, first thing, when all of my team gets together, they spend the day answering those questions. By 1 p.m., we have them mostly answered if we can get them all. Sometimes we can't because we have to get data or some other things. So it takes a little longer. But before 4 p.m. on Monday, Deb will take all of those answers to the questions and she will attach them to the agenda, specifically to that report. So she will pull, if there's 3 questions on finance and budget, Deb will pull those 3 answers, put them on a separate document and attach them for public. So they will go online so that everyone in the community can read the answers that you asked. And then if you want to, you could, if there was one that you really wanted stated publicly, you could restate it again in the board. But the team will spend the day answering those questions.
So, and these questions are in a Google Doc, so,
yes.
And we all share it. So in theory, don't be surprised if you're in there editing and there's somebody else, popping up somewhere else. It kind of tells you if somebody else is editing it at the same time. And also, yeah, it's good to review the questions that are already there, because if maybe somebody, has already been in there and asked the question and so forth. And the other typical kind of question that does require more time, talking about data. So we have a data analyst on staff, and so typically if there's data that you want to see that's not in there, it's going to take, them a little time to do that. So that's the kind of question that, can go in there. And sometimes if it's extensive, it may take a little longer, but anyway, that's,
And usually if it's a bigger ask, then what we'll do is we'll
Yeah.
ask the board to vote on it, that it's something that you all agree that you want. If it's a big ask, if it's just a little extension to a small report that we already are produced, that won't be, like, you guys wanna see, let's say we gave you data on all of the eighth graders based on gender, and then you say, I want more information on our MLO students, then we will just generate that extra data point. And what'll probably happen is if we don't have time to get it to you by Tuesday's board meeting, I'll send it as an attachment because it usually takes, if it takes a little longer, it'll take about a week to get that to you.
the other thing to put in there too is, particularly for the new members coming on, there's the staff and, kind of we all love to talk in acronyms, and so
Yeah.
undoubtedly,
I'm
sometimes.
telling them not to, I tell them all the time, don't call me acronyms.
Sometimes you can just do a Google on the acronym, but sometimes it's good to put it in there anyway, because probably some other public, somebody else doesn't know what it means anyway. And it's kind of like she said, it's kind of good discipline to tell, if you throw out an acronym, say what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know, education is full of acronyms. Dave, is there anything else for the handbook, because I'm gonna take it down and put it in any other documents you guys want to review?
I was just gonna say, if you look at the appendix on page 43, there's a bunch of documents, and they were, Deb has them all linked here in the email that she sent out today under handbook documents. So looking at the values and agreements, operating agreements, budget philosophy, I'd recommend, it's a long list, but kind of going through there and when you have the time and see if there's anything that you want to, either ask a question on or we want to discuss and change or something.
Another important one is the board meeting dates. It's the 25-26 board meeting dates. It's the working calendar. It's important because it lists who is doing the voucher reviews, and that's part of the consent agenda.
So, and who's doing the voucher reviews? It's a board director. So usually two board directors are identified, it's rotation to be do the voucher reviews prior to the board meeting. So
Correct.
if you're listed on the agenda as the one, and if you have questions, you can always email Deb, like, what does this mean? What do I do? But we try to make sure that it's rotated, so not anyone's obligated to do it the whole time, but that there's a consistent review process about
So we should probably talk about what that actually means. So with the, this is part of the consent agenda. There's a list of all the payments that were made.
Yeah, that was my first question. Thank you.
And you can look through there and see where the payment went and how much. And so if something kind of looks a little, part of the problem is you'll see a bunch of names of a bunch of agencies that, you aren't going to know what that is. And it'll probably be a fairly extensive list. It's a bit of a trade-off between, trusting the business office to do their things, but so you don't want to probably flood them with a zillion requests for, tell me about this one, this one. But if you see some things that, you have a question about, you can, ask. They typically ask you, there's I think a voucher number is associated with it. And just, what is this? Please explain what.
Each voucher number should have a unique identifier.
Yeah,
So
right.
that there's not any duplicate payments. But yeah, I reviewed them. It was, just
You're both
this
right.
company.
Superintendent Rosa, did you say that gets emailed to the person that has the responsibility to that link, or what was, I'm
So
sorry.
Deb, can you repeat the process again for Director Sherlock?
I'm sorry, what was the
The
question?
voucher process, how do they, they're asking, do they get an email, or how will we know it's his turn?
It's on the 25-26, which is listed in the current agenda item, board calendar dates. It's board dates.
It's in the agenda for every meeting. It's under
Yes.
that agenda.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're probably, next. Yeah, it wasn't that one, so it would be one of the end of the month ones.
Yeah.
And, the list of all vouchers, it's just a document in there, you just click on it. So everybody can see it. You can, by the way, if you're not on the list to review, you can still review and ask questions about it as
Of
well.
course. I'm glad to do the work. It's just that I want make sure I know where to go.
Yeah, right.
And when we
Don't
sit
guess
in
that,
a, when we
right?
sit in a one-to-one, I can also answer any questions too. So if you wanna have a specific question related to, you can ask for you, I can go over that with you, me and Deb can go over that with you. Yeah, happy to answer any questions directly. Yeah, we had a surprise last month about 2 months ago about, am I supposed to be?
I was here.
Yeah, so we can do a little better,
That's right.
I think, sure that's fair. Yeah, that's what you were here. All right, let me look at any other items on this. So it doesn't show up easy on my screen, so I'm learning all about these tools. Get this down. Is there a space that used to be? This down. One thing I wanted to just quickly review was this, and I'm not gonna review it, it's a PowerPoint, you can look at it. But I just wanted to share this with you as an item, I think I also sent it in an email. Just really quickly, it is related to, take this out. This is something we share with, we share every fall with all staff, it's an all staff orientation. And it's just an overview of the district, like our statistics, our numbers, how many employees we have, certificated languages, our vision, mission, our map. But what I want you to see, I'm gonna go through the whole thing, is who we are. So this talks about who we are in the system, all the departments, our roles and responsibilities. So these are the various goals of each department and what their role is. And then here's each department has a more information, it's just more in depth about, so for example, people don't realize that teaching and learning, people might assume that it's the business office that does all the grants. No, it's the teaching and learning department that does all the academic grants. So Scott is as adept at an end or two of doing grant management as Amy on all the grants. That's the good news, we have 4 grant writers here. But they also have to do the compliance for the grants, they have to make sure they follow up all those things. So Scott, for example, is in charge of all the school improvement grants, dual language, migrant ed, bilingual, all of those. He does all of that, and he does all the operation sides. And then Amber does all the student services, special ed information. And so focuses for the year, this talks about what our district goals and focuses. We share this very succinctly with all our new staff, so they understand. And then there's student services. So I'm not gonna go through each slide, but I just wanna let you know that if there's a department you're really interested in learning more about, we have drafted and done this information and provided this, for everybody. And so like, for example, people might go, human resources, labor and technology, right? And that was a shift that was made during our RIF process, right? So that's something that Aaron has taken on as one of also his responsibilities. He does have a director over IT, but he supports that director.
So, yeah, you notice that, almost everybody wears multiple hats around here. So there's that's the things about a small district.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say about the HR, so that's where, all our contracts, so we have several unions. We have the Tukwila Education Association, which is all the instructional staff, and whether it's certificated, teacher certificate or not, what we call classified staff, which is like the paraeducators and those folks. So there's a contract. Another contract is with the SEIU, which is the bus drivers and the food services folks. And then we have kind of an organization, the principals have their own bargaining unit.
They're not a bargaining, they're not.
Well, yeah.
They're not a unit.
Yeah.
And they're not a labor organization, they are an association.
But they bargain.
But how do they bargain? I'll be honest, I
And then, the other folks are, like Scott, what do we call it, unrepresentative administrators or
Yes.
something like that. They don't really bargain, but there's a group, and then obviously the contract
Yeah.
superintendent. So those are all handled basically out of the HR department.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. They have a strong.
And so this year, we have the major contract is obviously with the TDA, and their contract runs out at the end of this year. So, bargaining is starting.
Starting. We're starting this spring. And we'll be working through.
And I think that is the SCI and CSCI.
As we had SCIU last year.
Okay.
One of the big things we had to do with our SCIU contract was because City of Chippewa, as you all know, raised the minimum wage. And so that was a big component of our contracting negotiation, and we were glad to do it. Just letting you know, we had to make sure our wages were on par with the city.
And so contracts could be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I mean, we obviously, the longer the contracts have, the better, because, bargaining takes a lot of staff time. And so, we rather have staff time working on instructional stuff. But our current TA contract was a 2-year, so it's doing this year. And was our SCIU contract, what's it?
It was the summer, I think it's
3 years.
3 years, yeah.
Is it like 3 years is a really sweet spot, because the longer the better.
Yeah, and actually our SCIU negotiations were really well. It was a pretty positive experience on all parties. And then we're gonna be getting ready, and so far we're restarting negotiations with TEA. Debbie Alders can talk more about that, but that's starting this spring. We want to start early, I think, if we're in agreement, but we'll see.
So that's another one that we, there's gonna be executive sessions for discussing that for obvious reasons, because we're, negotiating, and we get involved, we get informed about what's going on, and, try and get out of it and so forth. So.
And then this is the board presentation calendar that Ms. Core was referring to. This is the calendar for the whole year, so you can see it's in your board Google document folder, and so you can see it's got the date, what it is, if it's a work session, what the presentation topics are going to be, and who the presenter is. So you can see for here all the way for January, and we have this all the way planned, and it's adopted by the board annually. But there are shifts that are made. We are flexible. We have to move things around sometimes. So we're planned all the way till June. So you can see for the, I'm gonna go back to the 27th, 127, look at that's a long list. With the board retreat, we have here, board policy, financial forecast. I mean, it's a long list of things that we have to get through on the 27th. So just FYI, it's all here.
Where is this again? Sorry, on this.
So there's a folder in your Google Docs folder that says board documents. It's school board director documents. Yeah.
Thank you.
So all of these are in there. And then, I know you wanted to talk about goals. Is that right, Dave? Goals, what's the next? I can just bring up whatever let's bring up. The only thing is my eyes aren't as good, which is why I'm getting at this to see which one you want. Because we have here, it says here, just I'll go through this. New hire orientation, which I just showed, board presentation calendar, typical of operating agreements, which is in the handbook, values groups agreements in the handbook, which you guys already talked about. Board director budget priorities, board budget philosophy, budget process, board of directors meeting compensation form, that's explanatory. Board superintendent expectations, board questions process, just making sure, Dave, you highlight what you want to talk about. The 25-26 board meeting date, which we have, financial indicators. That's something you want to talk about. Policy 18, 110, annual governance goals, strategic plans here, board goals. That was something you wanted to discuss, board goals, and then we already talked about the handbook. So you just tell me whichever slide or PDF you want me to bring up.
Oh, we have, let's see.
I can pull up the board goals if that's what you want to do. Those are
Yeah, do that one.
the, okay. I can make it bigger and make.
So we had, yeah. So these are goals that are more not as district oriented, but more specific to the board of directors. So we had the three, anti-racist goal, community input, and then, fiscal oversight. That one was, the last one was kind of related to the, making sure that we're getting out of, binding conditions. A lot of the ones in the anti-racist goals, I think, were completed. Is there any that are still open?
Can I just ask a question in regards to the anti-racism? Obviously, everybody's opposed to racism. What was the general drive behind that? Was there issues? Was there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There's been issues, before I got here, my understanding.
Is this amongst students? Is this amongst?
Both.
Okay.
Both, and I think, so I'll go way back, I'm gonna go way back. So I don't know if you know this, but I was here in 2014. I was a superintendent intern. And when I was here, the district had just settled a huge lawsuit or a huge discrimination case where some Black staff actually made some allegations against the district at that time. That superintendent left, and then the new superintendent came in. There were some findings, and part of the findings from that was that there would be required training and support for staff, and that was back in 2014. Funny story, I was a superintendent intern, and the superintendent gave it to me to start a district equity team to support the conversations to move the district along. So fast forward, I come back in 2023. And so what's happened since then is they've established a board policy, some procedural pieces, and some work. But and they also had committed, when I arrived, they had hired some outside contractor, two people in particular, Dr. Chris Canals, who from the University of Washington, and then Dr. Rochelle Rogers-Ard from Oakland, who does work around the state and other California and other regions around supporting. She wrote a book on Black leadership, and so they hired both of them. So when I came here, they were on the third year of their contract of building out some work. There were still things that happened over the years, and Dave can talk more about that because he's been here for 14 years. But the district made a commitment to strive to be an anti-racist institution and strive to be culturally responsive and strive to center all students, regardless of whatever race, culture, background, religion, be seen, valued, and have a sense of belonging. And so since they had moments of issues in the past, they wanted to make sure that there was some operationalization around making sure that those values are instilled. When I came here, I was on the third year of that contract, so full disclosure, I was the director of equity for Seattle Public Schools for 3 years. That was my job, and so I had many jobs, as you can imagine. That was one of my jobs, where how do you systematize the work so that you can start building in these pieces procedurally to make sure we're doing this. And part of the work really is about, when you look at your data, how are you making sure, because those research and studies have shown that everyone has bias in them. Everyone, we're ingrained to bias. The minute we are born, we are already, it's innate for us to sort. That's innate. We sort. And because of that, there's biases that are built into us. So how do we mitigate for that as an institution? How do we mitigate for that in our teaching practices? And how do we mitigate for our biases in assistance. I think it's just the work we're doing is centering that so that we make sure that whatever we do and decisions we make, we're looking at all decision points and making sure that we're mitigating for that work. So that's how it started. Dave can fill in the gaps. I'm just telling you how it started when I was here and how I came back. And that's one of the things that the board gave me. It's actually now written in my contract that it is my job to systematize, operationalize the equity work in this system. So it's actually part of, and it's actually a policy as well.
Okay, so this was some type of, in addition to the settlement with the instructors, this was some type of a court order or something of that?
In the beginning, and then I
You
think
guys
also,
instituted-
and then the commitment, then it became at the beginning, and then it became a commitment, like this is the work we have to do. So, and Dave, Director Larson can speak more probably about all of the work that he's done and because he was here during that entire time. So.
So the other part of this is to looking for, what I call disproportionalities. So we know when looking at our data that certain racial groups get disproportionately disciplined. Certain racial groups are not achieving academic goals at the same level as other racial groups. And so the question is, how do we dig into that to figure out what's going on and level those playing fields? So yeah, that's the other part of it. And so in that case, I think some of that people call kind of implicit racism. I mean, if you know, the academic outcomes are not, are disproportionately favoring one group or another, then you really need to seriously look at what's going on underneath with the institutions and system structural stuff to figure out, unless you subscribe to the fact that certain races are inherently, academically smarter than others, which we don't believe in, then you have to figure out, okay, what's going on in the system. These can be systemic issues, which is, what's going on at the state level. I spend a lot of time trying to hammer them about, they have a system that, I sent you this data about the gaps between the higher income and lower income. And then we have a funding system that funds the higher income people at a higher per rate. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So that's kind of what's called institutional classism, which very quickly translates into institutional racism because there's disproportionately more, Black students and Latino students that are in the low income categories. And so, anyway, that's all tied up in this work of trying to figure out how can we get a system that kind of levels that playing field and, yeah.
And it starts with data. You're
Yeah.
looking at the data and you're
Yeah.
making sure you're not excusing the data. And you making sure that we are supporting our principles, like no blame, right? But how are we addressing this? What do we need to do to improve our practices? So we are actually embracing all cultures, making sure that we understand the nuances, right? So that we can then make different strategic decisions. So one example might be even in like language, right? We can just say all Latino learners learn one certain way, but that's not true, right? Like the school systems are different in all those countries. There's so many countries, right? So what might work for one group might not work for another. Or you may have Latino families that send their kids to private schools. It's just all nuance. We have to dig in a little bit and find out what is the nuances here. And so what we did, we noticed the strategic plan has some targeted goals around specific subgroups because when I came here, what we did is we did a deep analysis of all the data. We found that, for example, Latinos were being represented in special ed, underrepresented in highly capable. Same with some of our Black groups. It wasn't all consistently, right? And so our Native Indian groups, all of these pieces, right? You can look at the big umbrella saying all MLL, but it's not, we have to look at MLL, but then we have to go deeper. Which groups within our MLL student population are struggling? Which groups more? Which groups are, and so we're trying to be more precise in how we look at the data and more precise on the strategies we're using, which some of them are academic strategies, but some of them are not, right? So we need to make sure that everyone has a belief that all kids can learn, but we also recognize that sometimes what's being prescribed may not meet all of our learners. So how do we dig deeper and looking for other strategies? There's a lot of evidence that shows that, well, for example, this is a simple solution, representation matters. But there's actually research now out there that says that if a student has one teacher in elementary school that looks like them and comes from their culture, they will guarantee success into the next year. And then if they have another student, another teacher, and this is one teacher, not 20, not 5, one. And if they have another teacher that looks at them, and so every year, every school level, if you have teachers that look like you, get your culture, or even get you, or cares about you, like there's all of these things. And it doesn't have to be the same race, but even like something that is an affinity, like somebody who has an interest in your family, interest in all these things. But every time a student goes up and up and up, when they have more experiences with people who might be from their background or might be similar or speak their language, there's evidence that shows they will actually complete high school, they will go on to college, all of those things. And so that's like a simple strategy, which is why we have a value around diversifying our staff, right? To make sure our students see diversity that mirrors the diversity in the schools. So that means white teachers, black teachers, Latino teachers, all of making sure that we have a robust community and that making sure the students see people so that they can make connections with and have people that understand.
Yeah.
I'd say, I look forward to more conversations about that, but I would like to say that, one day, just as the sign order says, when you get out into a career, you're gonna have to learn to work with people that, are not of your background.
Right.
And I think establishing that at a youthful age is very important.
Yeah.
You cannot use the excuse that, my instructor is different than me to, cover up or to, not become, well scholastically grounded.
I think that's true, but I also think you also need to make sure that if you're talking about that, it also means the reverse for the other students as well, meaning every student should have an experience of working with different people. But I'm gonna just speak from my own personal experience. I was the only Latina person in my school, in elementary, middle, and high school. I had no teachers that looked like me, and I had loving teachers, and I made it, right? Because I had a mom who gave me role models of other educators, because my mom actually worked in another school district where she had a lot of people who looked like me. And so my mom would introduce me, but I never in my entire K-12 career saw a teacher that was Latina, ever. And I never saw even a principal that was Latina. And honestly, it was me seeing a principal that was Latina that made me believe I could be a principal. Those things matter, right? Those things matter. Those experiences matter. There are whole schools, and we actually have staffs here where there's nobody that looks like someone else. And so those mentors and those role models matter for every kid in our system. But I was speaking from my own experience. I never saw a Latino doctor until I went to college. I never saw any of these things. And so to be a superintendent, I met my first Latino superintendent like when I was 40 years old. So I'm just saying, my point is representation does matter because it allows you to dream and allows you to dream bigger than what your experiences. I think everybody, and that includes white students, also need experiences with diverse people as well, because they're gonna have different bosses. We need to have diversity in our teaching core, diversity in our admin core, and diversity everywhere, because all of our students, they all value from that.
And it also ties back to the word we use a lot, belonging. And if students feel like they belong at a school, and it doesn't mean, everybody at the school needs to look like them, but they need some people that have their same similar lived experience, because that alone will, make them feel like they belong at this school. And then, you know, and there's lots of evidence that says if students feel that sense of belonging, then they perform better academically because they feel, and I've seen that in our students over and over again. You know, they get excited when they see somebody that maybe is like them in some way, whether it's gender, whether it's race, whether it's, you know, the experience, because then you can, you know, relate to that person without having to explain everything. And it's just kind of a human sense. If you walk into a room and you're the only one that, you know, whatever is gender, race, or whatever, you know, some things I say, do I belong here? You know? And so anyway, it's a really powerful, and, you know, belonging is absolutely tied. We talked about it on the middle school. It's actually tied to attendance. If students feel like they have a strong sense of belonging, they will come. They will figure out a way to get there, and then they will work hard and succeed. So
Yeah, but it is true that they do need to learn how to work with different people. But
yeah,
part of
absolutely.
doing that is having a diverse community of
Right,
leaders. That's
right.
how you do that.
And that works. Yeah, working with different people is true for, you know, whatever race you are.
As I said, I look forward to discussing it more with you, but again, I am concerned that, as I said, I think it's very, very important that, you know, our students are not brought up with the idea that they can only be successful if they're working or they're being instructed by somebody of their own background. It's like, as I said, when you get to college and things like that, life is all about working with people that don't think like I do, or they're not the same gender, they're not the same height, or they're not from the same, you know, age group or something like that. It really is all about learning to work with people that have a different perspective of your own.
And I'm saying, I think we agree.
Mhm.
So I think we agree, but I think there maybe you need to unpack that a little bit more. But I think we agree. I think that maybe we did talk about the approach, and maybe I wasn't explaining it right. What I was trying to say is I actually was successful. I'm just using my own self. I was successful navigating all that. I was an honor student in high school, so I did figure out how to navigate the system. But I'm gonna say, for me, I had to literally leave my culture and my background, and I'll be honest, Director Sherlock, I was ashamed of my family,
You shouldn't have been.
and I shouldn't have
You
been.
shouldn't have been.
That's what I'm saying, that's what we're talking about belonging, is I shouldn't have had to leave my family and be ashamed of my family background to be successful.
Mhm.
That's the message I'm trying to say. I should not have, didn't want my dad to come to school.
Yeah.
Because all those things,
Yeah.
he didn't speak English very well, that's something I had to work on.
My own mother and sister,
Yeah.
mother and her sister and their brother,
Yeah,
as I said, attended the schools here, and their parents were from Norway, spoke with extreme heavy accents their entire life, and you know, it wasn't comfortable for them.
Yeah.
Because parents couldn't come and speak to other students. So I totally understand where you're coming from.
yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. I think we just, so my point is saying, imagine how much more successful I could have been if I didn't have to bring that shame along with me into school every day.
Well,
Right.
right there, I think is that we need to get the students to not look at their background, wherever they're from, whether it be from
Right.
Hispanic culture or
Right,
India or something like that, and there isn't shame in it.
right. That's what we're trying to do is make sure, and for some of our kids, especially those who speak another language, having someone who speaks that language or is from their country or from their background is a first opening step, right? That opens their world to everybody else, right? So I just think that we're trying to educate our teachers to really understand that I was an educator and I had 28 kids in my classroom. I was a teacher and I had all languages, all diversities, everything, kids with special needs. I remember one class I had 7 kids with IEPs. So I had to deal with ADHD and I had to deal with deaf and hard of hearing and I mean, on and on and on. And I had to be a learner as a teacher. That's really what culturally responsive means is, are you willing to learn and go deeper in understanding your students on an individual level? And also remove your assumptions so that you can really instruct them in the best way you can.
And that's when we say cultural responsiveness is, I'm gonna respond culturally, whether it's to a student with a disability or a student that has a different language or a student that has a different religion. I'm gonna do that so that I can be the best teacher for that child. And that's really what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I look forward to talking to you more about it. So
Yeah.
I can have a better understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a two-way street too. I mean, say, students need to figure out how to work with, different folks, different races, so forth. But at the same time, also the teachers need to figure out how to motivate different, students from different races, from different
Oh,
backgrounds.
certainly.
And so, if they don't have some of the lived experiences that some of their students have, it makes it harder. This whole thing you talk about data is a probability issue. I mean, which is why we end up with disproportionalities. It is harder for a student that's coming in, not from a native English, Spanish, white, or whatever background. They're going to have more barriers to get over. We need to help them, get over them to succeed. But we need to make sure that we're doing everything in the system to make that as easy as possible, which is why, that we have these disproportionalities based on income and race and so forth, is because the system is not doing a good enough job at doing that.
Well, and we had this great discussion the other day about that and the need to make sure that our MLs are getting proficient in English as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
It just has to happen.
it has to happen, and
Yeah.
that's the goal. And so how do we equip and support our teachers on their learning to support students to that end?
Well, and that one gets a little tricky too, because, for example, we've introduced dual language at Cascade View, so some of the younger kids are getting instructed in, is it a 90-10 or a 50?
It's 90-10 and it moves up every year.
So they start with Spanish, most of it, and then they work up to English over time. And what the research has said is it doesn't get them to full English language as quickly, but when they do get there, they're much more proficient at all the tests.
They supersede everybody else.
They supersede everybody else. So because if you're totally kind of lost, I mean, we're building up core skills as we go up the grade levels.
Absolutely.
And if you're, struggling to get access to those core skills because you're still working on your English, then it's better for you to, get those core skills maybe in Spanish, and then, that's built up. And then when you get your English language up to speed, you're ready to rock it and go from there because you've got the core skills and and that's what all the research shows in those long term. So, that's why I have to temper that a little bit. English as fast as possible, yes, but we want it in combination with, having core skills.
And again, Director Larson, I can't see that would be possible for every language that we're dealing with.
No.
in the school district.
Yeah, no, it's not.
So
We need to take the top ones, yeah.
you gotta look at it as the student body as a whole. We can't obviously focus on this group of students and then.
Well, except that, our biggest group is,
Of course.
Latino, so, you say we can't focus on it, but we can, it's kind of there's some focus on the biggest groups because that's gonna move up the whole thing. We're not gonna be able to cover everything, but the more we can cover, the better.
We can take that from the teachers.
Do you want us to take the end?
Okay.
Hi.
We have the sugar and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Go ahead, take the chicken here.
No,
You
it's fine.
can sit this your chair, Scott.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then keep that in mind. I don't know what I thought, maybe I thought.
Just for emergency, it's not the most comfortable thing to sit on.
All right. Am I going over here? I'm gonna take this down, is that okay? For now?
Yeah.
And then. Move here, and then we can go back there if we need to. Okay. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi. Well, I also brought my handout.
Great, I'll pass it out.
Because what do we do without paper?
So maybe it's that we can introduce ourselves as well. So
Yeah.
Dave Larson, you know me.
I do. Hi, Dave.
Greg Sherwood.
Hi, Greg.
My name is Ara Papian.
Hi. Good to be there.
Duly elected board member.
Great. I watched the election with interest. It was fun to see some new names out there. I'm Debbie Aldis. I am, well, first and foremost, I'm a teacher at Philadelphia Middle School. I teach math and journalism. And I've been teaching there for 26 years, which is hard to believe. I now have children of my former students, including Sally Janone's grandson this year, who I have both of his parents together in class when they were in 6th grade, so.
Sally works as in the administration.
Sally's in our HR office, yeah. And she also went through the schools here.
What is Sally's last name?
Jerome.
It was Gutierrez.
Oh.
You might know Gabe. Her son's also our athletic director. So I brought this so you guys could have to reflect on it, but I'll just kind of talk through some of the points. I do believe I represent some of the most dedicated people in the region. Tukwila is not an easy place to work, but it's incredibly rewarding. I say it's not easy because we have so many challenges with student languages and homelessness and all of those things that impact student learning. But as you can see from some of the stats, I'm a math teacher, so I always go to the statistics. About 1 in 5 of our members have either been students in the district, or they have been or are currently parents in the district. Even more of our members live in the area, so I would probably predict that about 25 to 30% of our members are Tukwila community members.
So just, we talked about this briefly, but the TA represents both the certificated staff as well as the education support professionals, which we used to call paraeducators, and so it's that whole group.
Right, and we are unique in that most teachers unions cover the certificated staff, which covers teachers, nurses, anybody who has to have a certificate to do their work, SLPs, OTPTs. But Tukwila Education Association, for about the past 10 years, we've been a merged association where we also do, as Dave said, cover the education support professionals. They're also called classified folks, and so are the members of our SEIU unit, which are another association here in Tukwila. We basically cover anybody who is not in administration, is not a custodian, bus driver, food service. Everybody else is in our union.
So she threw out a couple of things there. SLP is speech language pathologist, OTP is occupational therapy.
They're all at the bottom of this page, actually.
Okay.
I listed who our members are.
Yeah, I see it. You got it.
We currently cover 32 different positions in the district. And when I talk about our ESPs, our education service professionals, people tend to think of those as the paraeducators in the classroom, which they are. But they are also our office managers, people who work in this office as administrative assistants, people in technology. Like I said, pretty much anybody who's not a bus driver, custodian, grounds, facilities, that kind of person. The rest of them are in our unit. Are there any other acronyms I use that? I don't think OTPT is just exclusive to education, so sorry, I threw that out.
But you expect, on the bottom, you have a pretty spelled out. It's pretty
Yeah.
clear. Yeah.
I do want to point out in the second part of our statistics, when I talk about our members being of the community, our ESPs are hourly employees, and about 1 out of 3 of them are either former students or parents in the community who have either had students in go through our schools or currently have students in the schools. That's just from my glancing through the list of knowing people. There might be even more. About 37% of our members have worked in the district for 10 years or more. In that time, we've had 5 superintendents. In the time I've been in the district in the 26 years, I believe we've had 11 different superintendents. We average about 2 years, and so Concy is about to go over that average.
I know.
And we are thrilled. We really are thrilled. I don't know how much Concy told you of her history, but she did part of her superintendent internship here in Tukwila and sought to come back here. And so for us, we had seen so many superintendents come through, seeing us as a small district as a stepping stone. And we really feel like Concy saw who we are and wanted to be a part of it. So I just interviewed about that. It was really funny. I just did an interview where they asked me that, why? It was a great conversation. And I said, because it's about your heart. Yeah, it's not about, it's about your heart.
It is, right. And then, I have to get into some of the great things about our teachers. 1 in 5 of our certificated members have been here for 20 years or more. 1 in 4 of our certificated staff are National Board Certified, which, if you don't know anything about National Board Certification, it's a pretty extensive process.
It's rigorous.
It's very rigorous. I'm currently renewing and remembering how rigorous it is. Teachers really make a lot of decisions every single day, and the process really makes you step back and think about why I do the things I do and focus on how to be an accomplished teacher and really meet the needs of the students you have in front of you. So what you did last year may not work for this year, and it's a constant evolving process of learning and growing. So we're pretty proud of that number because it's one of the highest in the state. At one point, we were about 1/3 of our teachers were National Board Certified. But some retired, and we used to have a grant that helped cover, and now people are doing it with professional development funds, which is something we've bargained. But we would like to potentially see that number grow again. We really think that, and Concy knows this, that I believe this, and Dave as well, that when the union and the district and the board work together, we can have an impact on legislative actions, and we would really like to see our members work with the board and with the leadership of our district to make sure our voices are heard and that Tukwila students are represented well in Olympia. Our needs are unique, and oftentimes, and Dave is much more of an expert at this than I am, explaining how the finances don't always benefit us, and we really have some unique needs that often Tukwila is the first point, and then the issues we deal with here roll out into neighboring districts as our families move into the neighboring communities. So we are a place where we believe Olympia to learn and look to the future. And so we really would like to see our relationship with the board as something that is not contentious, but is a collaboration, especially when we're looking at contacting legislators, inviting legislators into our classrooms, inviting you guys into our classrooms, all of those kinds of things that can help us work together.
And I will say this year, so they're part of the bigger state association, which is the WA Washington Education Association. And so I've been for years working on a bill to provide more dollars to high priority schools like ours. And this last legislative session finally got a hearing in front of the Senate Education, and I always go down and testify in favor for it. And for the first time, sitting right next to me was the chief lobbyist for the WA. So I was really, I don't know how much of an influence you had on that, but I mean, we talked about it, and I've been really happy that the WA is finally recognizing. I know it's a tough issue because it's not necessarily every district benefits, but obviously there's enough advocacy being done by the teachers working at our school districts and at high priority that the WA is kind of getting on that, which is great.
Yeah, and I'm also a real believer in it can't just be educators and people who are involved in education who are pounding the doors and ringing the doorbells and making those phone calls. It has to be everybody in the community. So with that in mind, our union is, we are part of WEA, which is part of NEA, National Education Association. But we have also joined a local organization called MLK Labor, which it has a few organizations that are education, but the majority of the organizations in that association are not education labor unions. They're machinists and but other unions, the waterfront, to think about all of the unions that are down there. And so I was part of a group last year that was really trying to push for a tax on people making over $1 million, that we really believe that changing the tax structure in Washington can really influence the way that our schools are funded.
That has made some traction.
And it has made some traction. I'm super proud of that. I was just a very, very small part of it, but I was able to go in and talk about what it meant for us to be in binding conditions, that in many ways Tukwila was the canary in the coal mine. Yes. And in the way that the funding gap was really impacting us here. And, like I said in here, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about the budget cuts we've had to make the last few years and how that's impacted our members. But we haven't just grumbled about it. We've gone out and tried to do things about it. And like you said, there's traction. Governor Ferguson is now behind taxing people making over $1 million in a different way than we have before. So let's keep our fingers crossed and keep our.
Unfortunately, I was disappointed. I listened to his State of the Union address, and he spent more time talking about his kids that go to private school than he did talking about. And he hasn't, the only indicator, I listened very carefully for K-12, and he talked about the millionaire's tax, and then, well, where's it going to go? Well, it's going to go to working families tax credit number 1, small business credit number 2, and then third on the list, and maybe if there's something left over, K-12 will get over. So I'm disappointed. I've been disappointed he's not showing up.
I go like this with him.
Yeah.
And then they do something and I'm like, okay, maybe we'll see.
But I asked him, he did say, and I have this quote, which I've used whenever I can, is he did sit down with Seattle Times, and he was for putting more money into the LAP program, High Poverty Program. He didn't do that in his budget. I was holding crossing my fingers if he was actually going to do it. He didn't do it. So anyway, he's made those words, but he hasn't started
But
translating
I'm
into
just
action
telling
yet.
you, Olympia just came back to life this week, right?
Yeah.
And
Session.
WA President Larry Delaney was down there day one. We've had people that are members in other associations that have already been testifying. So we'll get our 2 cents in there at least to see if we can.
And I do feel like we brought our students up to the town hall, which is up in at Newport High School last week, or a couple of weeks ago, and there were 12 legislators sitting there, including Chris Rakal also talked there, and we made the case for our students actually made the case for equity, and I was impressed. One of the legislators. Pretty much everybody's written off the 26th session because they're just, they're having trouble getting the money. But he did, Roger Goodman, who's from Kirkland, he did make the commitment that he was going to go all in on trying to get equity and funding for the 27th session. So, all these things are multi-year efforts, and I feel like it's getting built up.
Absolutely. I mean, the group I was involved in last year, one of the people we were talking to organize was from Michigan. And he was talking about how it's been a 5 to 7 year process, and we're not going to see a turnaround immediately, but there's positives happening.
Right.
And I think that as I said, I think that we need to keep working together. It can't be just Concy and her meetings and Dave and his and mine. We've got to talk together and make sure that we're kind of banging that same drum so that Chickasaw is first.
And I'm working on updating that 1-page flyer for all of us. So I'm working on that. They just created a dashboard so we can gather that information. They haven't given me access to it, but I've been pounding the pavement to get that. My goal is to get that done next week.
What Concy's talking about, last year we had a 1-pager that was talking about the 4 areas of the budget that Chickasaw in particular has been impacted by. And it was really a great way for us to share out with our members who are not necessarily comfortable calling their legislators, that here's some really obvious talking points. And knowing that Olympia was back in action, I was trying to get ahead of the game, and we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Well, it's funny, when I went and testified in person, I actually went and handed that document to every person on the job up there. And they're like, oh, thank you. I know they have to put it in the archives, but you know what? They have it now. So,
Yep.
yeah, it's the big 3 focus areas in the legislative session for the budgets and districts are MSOC, which is materials, supplies, and operating costs, which we got a little money last year, but guess what? Then our insurance rates went up, so it kind of like flattened out. So it
And
wasn't
they
really
put a
much.
sales tax on the service.
And then sales tax on services. That was terrible, terrible. So that basically equalized all of that, not much, it would have put us worse. Special education, they changed the formula a little bit, but since our numbers aren't over the threshold, it didn't impact us as much as we wanted to. And then the other one is transportation. They really didn't do anything for transportation. And then we have a big commitment around substitute costs because people don't really understand that.
The staffing.
The staffing for FMLA, for example, I shared the data on that recently. We don't get funded for those.
You don't?
No, that's at the level that we need to. And so we have to pick up those costs and pay for those substitute costs. And so that is something. And so, I mean, it's easy so for example, if you think about somebody taking FMLA, but they are an office staff worker, you have to cover a teacher, like you have to. So we have to cover.
I feel like
educator.
you're not covering as much.
I know, it's a really huge amount that actually we are paying for to supplement that. So, that is, so we shared that cost as well. And I'm gonna update that as well because it's impacting us more this year than it ever has before, because our numbers are higher this year. But yeah, and then, Representative Noble is also now redoing her lap bill, which I sent to you to look at. Senator Noble to redo her lap bill, sorry. But so that is.
It's not, I looked at it, she didn't, it's the bill that she redid last year, so one of the things we want to get in there is a tiered system,
Yeah.
so, you know, it used to be you got extra money if you're over 50% poverty, but we want to tier it, so it's like 30, 50, 70, so that our schools would even get a higher allocation.
Higher minimum.
Which,
Yeah.
and I talked to Chris Rakell about that, that 50% doesn't make any sense, because if you get 51, you get it all, 49, you get nothing, that doesn't make, so it needs to be tiered. Anyway, we're making progress on that.
We're making progress. And I was actually impressed that she sent it to me to look at, so I was like, whoa. So,
Yeah.
we're making progress.
And you know, again, I'm a math teacher, so I'm gonna talk about correlation, not necessarily causation, because we can't have positive costs, but when you look at the higher rate of FMLA that's being utilized now, and we also look at the number of cuts in positions that happened within the last couple of years, it really seems to us that those are correlated. People are exhausted, class sizes are larger, they're doing more. I only teach half-time because I'm a president half-time, that's part of my deal. But I teach 3 classes and all 3 of my classes are different. I have 3 different plannings that I have to do for every single day, which may not sound like a lot, especially if you're like, well, elementary teachers plan everything, but you know, when you've got every single one of my classes was also over our class.
Do you know what the average
Yeah.
student to teacher ratios for?
I know that the majority of teachers at Showalter are getting overage for at least part of their day. Our class cap is 30, and so the majority of them have at least 1 or 2 classes that are over 30.
Yeah, that's the biggest impact, I mean, we've had to lay
You
off.
cut staff is gonna be larger classes.
Yeah,
It's an average, right?
Yeah.
We laid off 20% of our
We,
staff.
it's 18% of our staff, we
How much?
ripped 18%.
It was close to 20% of our staff
Yeah,
last
So
year.
what's our class size then?
And so we still have it, so we have to have a lower threshold for K-1, 2, because that's
Sure.
part of the state funding model. But we do are close to like 28, 25, depending on like 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, you're saying it's close to over 30 in the middle schools. Yeah, and all class sizes got impacted a little bit. I mean, everyone got impacted.
So the grade schools are 28 and the middle schools are
The
30?
primary, no, so K-1, 2,
Mhm.
those are still within, I was it, stop maybe 24, 21, 24.
Oh, I wish I looked at that last night too.
We actually get a report if you look at.
We have to,
See that.
yeah, because we get funded to reduce those class sizes, so we have to do that, we have to
Sure.
report that. But but I would say 3rd through 12th grade has probably increased, oh gosh, maybe 3 to 5 kids per classroom, depending
Yeah,
on the.
and not only are classroom teachers over, but our special education teachers have caseloads that are higher than what we bargained for with the state says should be a minimum. And the district, because of our contract, is paying people more to do that, but there's a point where more money doesn't resolve the extra work you're having to do. And that's when you have people who start calling in sick because they're just exhausted, they've hit a wall, or they're calling in sick so they can finish writing those IEPs because they're out of time. So those things all are impacted when you are forced to cut 20% of your staff, right? And this was not something the district chose to do. We understand completely. We made quite a few concessions ourselves in bargaining 2 years ago. We took less than the IPD, so the district could make sure that they were moving forward towards the goals for.
And we did a 0-sum bargain.
Yep. But we're going into bargaining year again this year, and I know our members are going to be asking for things like more pay for overages when we have higher class sizes. For instance, the Kent School District, I believe, gets at the secondary level. What we have bargained for here in Tukwila is if a class size is over the threshold, teachers get $10 per student per day. But at the secondary level, that amount is divided by 6 because there's 6 classes. So when I tell you that I've got classes of 32, I'm getting $1.67 per day per child over the caseload. And in Kent schools, I think it's $5 per kid per day. That's a significant difference in feeling like you're being truly compensated for what you're taking on. And, you know, things like that are gonna be what our members are gonna be asking for, we know, going into this bargain, because last time we bargained and really gave a lot of concessions, trying to help the district get out of climate conditions. But in any case, I think that kind of gets back to my closing here. You know, it has been challenging these last 2 years. We have seen some high turnover in the people who come and go at the beginning part of their career here, but again, you've got a lot of people who stayed for over 10 years, 20 years, even 30 years, and I'm getting close to that myself. People are dedicated to this district because it's unique and it's a really fulfilling place to work, even with the exhaustion. And honestly, our pay structure has kept people. We pay higher for our hourly people than Highland School District does, than Renton School District does. People mention that to me when they're like, I can't do this anymore, but I can't afford to go somewhere else. And you know, we've got a few people who are currently looking to move out of positions because it's physically challenging for them, working with special education kids and, you know, hurts their back or their knees or whatever. And there are not positions to move to because so much has been cut. But they don't want to leave because of money oftentimes. So that's not where we want people to be. We want people to be happy to be here, not just because they get paid more and it's paying their bills, but because they feel comfortable and safe. And so, you know, those are the things that as a union we look at. But we also approach issues, and Constance knows this, Erin Dragonoff, who I meet with weekly, is our HR director. We come at things, I do personally, we are a community. I started this with how many of our people are your voters, because I think it's important to recognize that when we come to issues that we need to resolve them together, and sometimes it does get contentious and difficult. We don't always see things from the same perspective, but the students are always who we're thinking about, you know, safe, happy working conditions are good, happy classrooms, safe classrooms for kids. And that's our goal. So, you know, we do try to work together to come to resolution. It's not always easy, but we do. Because we have to turn around the next day and work together again, and we know that, you know, and we also believe, and you'll hear Erin Dragonoff, I can almost hear him saying this, we try to resolve issues at the lowest level possible. And that is a joint belief, which to me means our members need to be part of conversations. They need to be heard. They're the ones in the classrooms. They're the ones in the offices. They know what's going on. And hearing their voices, I think, is going to be really important for you as you move forward, beginning to understand what your role is and how all of this works. Again, we have 32 positions. That's a lot of different people with a lot of different expertise. And then if you look at SEIU, you know, bus drivers and custodians, our maintenance folks, food service, they also have different perspectives of what makes this place work. And hearing those voices from the community, from our union members, really, we believe is key to making things move forward. So I look forward to working with you, and I'm here to see if you have any other questions.
Thank you for sharing about the detail regarding the pay structure, and I think the kind of like the overloads of classes. Do you know by any chance also what is the low? I don't assume we offer classes that are less than like certain amount of students. Like we don't offer courses.
We have a few classes that are lower than. We have a few. It's a conversation I even had at the high school when I first got here. I remember I had a budget conversation. So one of the things I did is I went to all the schools to talk about the budget. I think 2 to 3 times each school.
Are there any that like offer less than 10?
Oh, well, we had that.
Not the middle school.
I don't think it's not at the high school because of the uniqueness of some of the classes. Like for example, the bio. What's the class that Rents has? It's
the specialty biology.
Yeah, specialized biology class. It's, you know, so when you the more advanced courses, of course, have some of the smaller class sizes. It just depends on what it is, or CTE tends to fill up. Some of the CTE classes fill up really full, but then some of the other ones not so much. We had one of the cuts that we made was drama, because we were having a hard time filling that.
Not to say that we don't want drama, but we were having an issue with making that a full class all the time. Master scheduling in the high school, because of all the high school graduation requirements, I would say it's not even an art or a science. You have to be mad love, like Jenga puzzles. Because you pull one over here and then it might fall over here. It's a really complex.
Yeah,
system.
I've been part of the master scheduling over at Showalter previous to my doing the union work, because honestly, I'm too busy with it now, but, I enjoy that kind of thing, kind of. pulling those
You have to
pieces.
love puzzles.
But you have to understand, when we have things like algebra, I taught it for 13 years at Showalter, and we currently have, I believe, 2 sections of it. That's all 8th graders. That means all of the 8th graders who don't qualify have to go into regular 8th grade algebra math classes. And where those 2 algebra classes are on the schedule impact how the class sizes fall out in the other
Yes.
8th grade math classes. Because there's only so many places those other kids can go. If we have Avid, then they have that as an elective, and that means they have that section where they can't take any other class during that time. And right now, we also have, heritage math and heritage social studies.
Yes.
I believe we also have, what's Sandra Goins and Aaron her to teach?
It's ethnic studies.
Ethnic studies. All of those things are valuable and we believe in them. And if we didn't have algebra in 8th grade at Showalter, we wouldn't have kids in calculus at Foster High School. We wouldn't have kids who are taking Tim Renza's specialty science classes because they're getting the math early enough. And those kids get scholarships and they go off and they do amazing things. They do internships.
They become written authors.
Amazing. I mean, we want to see those things happen, but when you're in a small school, there's only 6 math teachers at Showalter. So all of us teach more than one thing. It just is we have to.
Yeah.
And that's the case with every section that we have going on,
So we do
because
have
those
some-
specialties impact schedules.
We have some that are low, some that are higher. It also depends on interests, right? Because we try to have schedules that are driven by student interest and their schedules and their dreams and their career goals. So, because we do high school and beyond planning in 9th grade, so, but there are also requirements. So for example, PE, always full, 40 kids sometimes. I mean, that's my first year, 40 kids. So how do we make sure that gets more balanced?
Right.
So it's every year we're doing this shift, looking at all the students, what their interests are, making the shifts. But like for the first year, for example, when I was here, we had that huge influx of asylum seekers that and then I even had to shift boundaries, making sure temporarily that kids from Riverton.
Yeah, kids who would have typically gone to Cascade View.
Had to go to Thorndike because they were too full.
Thorndike got too full and they were sending them over to
Temple Elementary. Because it was so many kids coming from just one area impacted. So and when Cascade View got full, so either I could move a teacher and disrupt the whole school. So we decided to move and we didn't just move children that were already there.
Well,
Any student that started after January 1st.
There wasn't another classroom to put a teacher in over at Cascade View either.
Absolutely.
You ever use portable schools?
You can, but if we have capacity in other places, we try to.
Does the school district own any of those portables?
We do own them. We have some at Showalter. They're not up to par. Some of them, they're so old.
The reason why I ask is when I was going to Highline Public Schools, we
Yeah.
did that, and I've been in many portables over the years.
Yeah, we have them. They haven't been used in a long time, so we would have to invest in money to buy them. But part of for us, we always look at.
Aren't there 2 at Cascade View that are?
There's 2 already there, I think.
Yeah.
So we always look at first, is there room somewhere else, right? So the first question is, can we move the teacher? And sometimes we have done that. We've moved the teacher. And then other times it's been, if we can't move the teacher because that's school's capacity, because that's the problem with the Cascade View. They didn't have the room to move a teacher to, but the students were still coming. So then we had to work with transportation. Can we get a bus from Cascade View to Thorndike? And they said, yes, we can. So we have to look at where the capacity is to make some of those shifts.
Sure.
And so that's the thing that we did. So we've done all of it. We've moved a teacher, we've moved students, we've done it all depending on what it is. And usually it's students, not the like if it's a new entering student, so any newly entered enrolled student after January 1 had to go to Thorndike. So that way it was just new for the parents.
Someday when you retire, you can go work for the airlines and you can juggle their.
I know, right? As long as they don't have their Wi-Fi cut off like they've had a couple of other networks. But no, it's sort of, that's what we have to do is triage all of these things. And that's what this middle school does when they get a new student. Because we get continuous enrollment. Let's say we get funded in October for a set number of students, and then boom, trickle in students. And then let's say she's got 10 people in her class starting, right? So they have to juggle it all. Yeah, our teachers.
I've never had 10 people in my class. So never.
But I think 10 more.
That's true, yeah.
That's more the reality, 10 more.
Yeah, I mean, one of the classes I teach is journalism. We make the yearbook, basically. But it's one of the very few electives left at Showalter now. And so it has been maxed out for the last couple of years. Since the drama class was cut, quite honestly. When we had drama, it was a shared teacher between Showalter and Foster. The person taught a couple of classes at Showalter and then went up to Foster for the rest of the day. We have that with our music teachers as well. I don't know if you know that, but our band and choir teachers teach in both buildings. And they share a classroom, but they're never in it at the same time because they're like this. And so we don't have, band is something that can be actually kind of a small class because kids may not want to learn to play an instrument. And so the counselors will just put them into an elective, whether it's something they want or not. And so then I've got these, 32, 35 kids where I only need like 12 to make the yearbook. What do I do with them? And, I love it. So I find I've got my systems down, but, the cuts have definitely impacted things like elective choices and class sizes. And, again, as we're putting in specialty classes, like we're building up the bilingual education program, that's why we've got the heritage classes, which is they're taught in Spanish at Showalter. So the kids that are in there, those tend to be pretty small classes as well. I think they're like 20 or so, which means, the other math classes, again, are larger.
I just wanted to touch real quickly on, you were talking about band classes. I've always seen band and choir as when you learn to read music and you learn to play or sing music, you're learning an additional language.
As a math teacher, I wish all of them were taking music, trust me, because there's a lot of.
It's an additional language.
There's a lot of research that says they're correlated.
But and I'm actually really glad, this is, David, I've talked about some of this, for years we had math intervention, where kids were stuck taking a math intervention class instead of an elective and a regular math class. And we cut that down to just 2 groups of 8th graders who we know will probably struggle with algebra as 9th graders. But it used to be more kids. And I was like, get these kids out of this intervention class and let them take band or choir, I think, or coding, or let them in technology and let them have the elective instead of being stuck in taking math twice a day. So that to me is progress, actually, that I think is a good sign because we had to make cuts.
Because instruments, when you think about what skills you develop, you practice things, you're looking at patterns, which is exactly the same skills that are going on.
Math is all patterns, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
if a kid loves music, then that will be potentially an entryway into, and he maybe hates math for whatever reason.
Right.
Then you have a connection there.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyhow, thank you so much. I put my contact information on the bottom here and I look forward to working with you. So anything else before any other questions? I'm sure you guys have been here a while and ready to get out. It's gorgeous out there. And we all have a football game.
I know.
Go Hawks.
I know. Anything else? Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks
for
Nice meeting you.
I'll be talking to you again. It's been almost a weekly occurrence.
Absolutely.
There's just so much happening with the legislative session and we're doing some planning for some other stuff, so it's a lot.
Yep, there's always
something. But we're getting there.
And there's always people with their issues.
Yes, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Dedication to math.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I was one of those kids who hated math, so.
President.
Only better instructors.
That's exactly what I've also taught reading, which I love. And
you also, I was gonna say, President Aldis also have a common love is math.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, she's the camp director.
I'm a Girl Scout camp director. We just opened registration this week. We're about half full. I can't wait for.
And I was one of those principals that every grade level went to camp in my school, so
Yeah.
all the time, so.
Yeah. Well,
And
and we use the fact that the kids go to camp in the middle school, you know, we talk to them about things that they've done there in outdoor education and.
Yeah, well, you have a good tomorrow on Monday, okay?
Yes.
See you soon.
Enjoy your time, yeah, I'll be working on my national.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Debbie. All right, we have 10 minutes left. So Dave, how do you want to spend the remaining 10 minutes?
Well, let's see, we kind of, we were on the board goals and we kind of talked the first one kind of to death. We could spend a few minutes on the second one,
Let me go ahead and bring that up again.
which is related to gathering community input. This is one where, you know, we haven't really, we were kind of in midstream on this, so the question is ideas for how boards members can, you know, get more input and from community. When I mean community, I mean teachers, I mean staff, I mean staff, students, parents, you know, wherever. And there's, you know, we've tried, you know, typically if you just depend on the board meetings are pretty intimidating for most people to come in. And so we need to kind of have some different mechanisms, some things we've done in the past. From time to time, the Foster High School civics teachers have, you know, done exercises where the students can think up questions and want to talk. And so one or two of us will go in and talk to the you probably like that.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Talking to students, I always have a great time when I go in and talk to students.
Yeah.
We did do, let's see, what did we do last year? Yeah, we had a kind of a separate meeting where just invited community members to come, either that or online. And, you know, that does tend to not work that, I mean, not that many people come. I mean, if you got better ideas about how to juice that up a little bit.
City council trying that, or some
Yeah.
coffee hours.
Yeah.
Some restaurant.
Yeah.
And it did not.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
it's not us. It's not
Yeah,
us.
so anyway, we were always looking for, that was the one or
Okay,
two.
Director Foreman's gonna actually try a different approach. He's
Okay.
actually connecting with the library. He's been emailing me about it, so that's why I know about it. Since he's not here to speak to it, he's already talked to the library to see if they could open up the space, and he's trying to figure out timing on that. And so he's gonna try that, and he's invited me to his first meeting, so we're trying to figure out the dates on that.
The other thing we have done, and I've done this a few times, is I'm a big advocate of kind of plugging into stuff that's already going on. So for us, the PTSA meetings, we have a pretty active one at Tickle Elementary, Cascade View, the other schools, not so much. But, you know, I can go down there and talk to them about.
And then Carly and I did coffee chats last year. We did 5 in all the schools. And I think those were actually 50% of them were great, where we had about 10 people come and talk with us. The harders were the Showalter Foster High School. Elementary was a little easier. And then they gave us suggestions for times and this and that. So we're just trying to find the sweet spot on that. But we got I got some information from some of those sessions, so it was pretty interesting.
And we have been doing the instructional rounds, so
Yeah,
I recommend that. So Dr. Rose sets those up at schools, and we actually go into the classrooms and see what's going on.
And then there's a protocol that Chief Whitbeck uses so that we can actually sort of unpack our learning together. But
Is this like an example of like Showalter, when they came and presented, they said they would send us a meeting in April.
Yeah, so you go into them at usually a set time. What happens is we go in, the principal shares, what are they working on? What are the goals? What is positive? What's something that what do they want us to really hone in on for looking? Then we have a classroom schedule that we go visit. And then we collect data, we observe, take notes, and then we come back and then we unpack all of that conversation together with the principal and sort of share just an outside perspective about what we saw with the principal, and the principal also shares her perspective. And then what ends up happening but one of the commitments we have, this is through our work with President Aldis, is we make sure that the teachers get all our notes. So that way it's very transparent. The teachers know that, we're not coming in as a gotcha, we're here as learners. And so we hand over all our notes to them so that they can also look at the feedback, and then they can make, they can either talk to the principal, make adjustments, have questions. And it's supposed to be this iterative process so that we're spending time learning, but it's also a way for the principal and the assistant principals and maybe other members of the leadership team to have different perspectives. We're talking about, like, that's the thing, like, you, as a principal, I know I was like that. I was a principal for 5 years in a school. And Scott has been a principal too. We've both been principals. After 3 years, you have relationships with people. You lose your little bit of unbiased edge a little bit, right? So you do, because you can justify things a little differently. Well, I know that they had a bad day, or I know this, but it's kind of nice to have other people come in and go, I saw this, and then you go, huh? And then you said you saw that too, and you saw that too. I need to take a second look at that. You know what I mean? So it's a good way to kind of like have diversity of thought around schools, what's going really well and what's something that they want to get better at. So it's a nice process. So that's really developed a nice process.
So one thing we used to do, we kind of substitute, we used to have one meeting a year actually in the library of the schools. And so when we went into that, then the school principal would present some, students doing what they're doing in their school. It was still a kind of a meeting structure, so it was a little bit. And so this last year, we kind of substituted the instructional rounds for that, for visits to school. But that's another thing, we could do. The other thing is, something we haven't done is.
You can give them the dates for rounds. Go ahead and give them to them.
Is it okay if I share that in for your calendar for those? If 1 or 2 board members are able to come to each of the rounds, that would be great. I have the dates.
Yeah, the reason for that is because if there's 3, then it's a formal meeting.
So we only have 2 at a time.
Yeah, so February 2nd to Monday, that's our next one. That's at Tukwila. And these are both going to be from 9 to 11:15. So February 2nd is one of them. The other there's another Monday the 23rd is Thor night.
That February 23rd?
Yes.
What time do you know, Scott?
Yeah.
February 2nd.
Sure, they're both from 9 to 11:15.
Or in the morning.
Yeah. I know it's gonna be really hard.
And what are you titling says?
Pardon me?
What's the title of the meetings?
Oh, it's instructional rounds. It's designed like medical rounds. And these rounds we're doing this year because of our high priority on language development is specifically looking at some language development strategies that teachers are using, which every school has picked 2 priority language strategies they're using. As well from the staff training we've had all year. Some rounds and places might be just look at whatever, but we're trying to really focus it so teachers get specific, input. So it's not just too broad. So 9 o'clock, we just do a little bit of orientation together in the office area. Then we go in like 10, 15 minutes per class. We hit 4 classrooms, come back and go through the process, what we noticed. So they welcome board members. They're always amazed at people find time to do that, but they really like, they get to show their good work.
Great.
So the other thing, we never tried this, but I was thinking of, so we have various student groups. We have Black Student Union.
Yeah, we have Black Student Union group. We have, I think there is a new Latino association. I can get all the group names from all of them. The Superintendent Student Advisory Group.
Yeah.
You visited that. And then we have the advisory group as well. So
we're getting the student advisory actually produced the document, which we talked about. And, talk about getting some feedback about what's going on with them. So anyway, that whole area is, we're open to whatever we can add. If people come up with ideas, we can add it to our list and schedule some of those things out. And then the last goal we had was basically started around it's a fiscal oversight. It was started around the binding conditions issue, most of which we're out of now, but there are the kind of remaining issues is how do we make sure that we don't go into that again? And so there's budget guidelines that have been added to the board handbook and things to look for in our financial statements to make sure, one of the big ones that I was talk about is, when we were going into it, we had, staff kind of numbers increasing and students were not increasing. And so if we caught that early, we probably could have, you can go back and forth on whether we should have held staff a little longer, but that's kind of an early warning indicator. So if we see staffing levels high and students not high, then we need to start asking some questions about, why do we need to cut back on staff? And so, yeah.